I went down all the way down to the water, gorilla style, and it's crazy down there. So while I was down there,
through that area, the regular spillway also still spitting up high into the air.
Oh yeah, evacuations.
The left, this is the emergency spillway. Viewers who sent in this video tell us that they didn't feel comfortable standing too close to the scene. You can see why.
Go ahead, Dirk.
The spray that's going up, that's the main spillway. That's where the water is supposed to be going through. But if we can go back to that video, it's the other water that's coming through that was to the left of that. That's the auxiliary flow. So there we go. That's the main spillway that has been doing the most of the work in getting the water out of the reservoir. But in some of this video, there it is right there. That's the auxiliary spillway flow that's coming through. So you can see there's a big difference. You don't have nearly as much water coming over the auxiliary spillway, but again, we've never used it before. And so it's obviously they're finding that there is some integrity problems with that auxiliary spillway. So even though by comparison, the main spillway has a lot more water coming over it and it looks much more impressive.
Please on video, if it's actually failing, please let me know so I can beat feet.
Left, that's the auxiliary flow that's coming through, and there's not nearly as much.
Holy shit, yeah.
And if there is a break, then that's
Man, I wish I would have stayed. I wish I would have had power to stay out there. My phone died, so I beat feet. It's bad. It's really bad. So I hiked down. I hiked all the way down to the the auxiliary. So I hiked down there. Damn, that's crazy. I'm okay. I believe I'm within a range where if the water raises, I'm 2 seconds away from 100 miles an hour, and I'm totally ready to go. What you can see is people. Let me see if I can put this in. These people are all stopping right there. They're slowing down. They're on the freeway. They're on the freeway, stopping at the overpass of the water, looking at it.
Aerial pictures from yesterday. Can you hear us?
Okay, looks like he's still trying to work on his connection. But just to kind of recap, so if you're joining us right now, breaking news out of the Oroville area. So yesterday, the emergency spillway was activated. On Tuesday, earlier on in the week, there was a problem in the main spillway. There was a big gaping hole. They stopped the water briefly to kind of assess the situation, but released the water again. Lake Oroville is pretty full right now. And today, we have just learned in probably the past hour or so that the emergency spillway, which was activated just yesterday, is starting to fail. We got the notice from DWR around 4:37 that the emergency spillway is expected to fail within the next hour. It's about 5:17 right now, so it could be a matter of minutes. And because of the risk that all this water could have in the low-lying areas, officials are warning folks.
So basically, while I actually hiked down to show a bunch of friends the emergency spillway, and
open right now. That's at the Silver Dollar Fairground.
While I was down there, they ordered the evacuation. Of course, worst case scenario for me. Good times. But I am totally
is what's active right now.
Again, this is the evacuation center in Chico.
I'm like 2 seconds away from 100 miles an hour. There's no backup in front of me. The backup is what you're staring at right there. You can see all these cars. Yeah, they're stopping over there on the left-hand frame by the solar panels. They're stopping to look at the water. What's going to happen is if that starts overflowing, I mean, I presume this spot, a giant torrent of water comes out here. Please, if anybody if it actually fails, please let me know so I can beat feet.
Now this is a result of that started on Tuesday, or probably started before then, got so big with all that rushing water down, it just has torn apart the city.
Yeah, if you want to follow me at pseudojd, I have footage and pictures from the absolute bottom of the spillway when they opened it up to 100,000. So later on tonight, I will upload video. I'll upload video of what it looks like, the mega flow, when they open it up. Is this video working? Can anybody see this? Someone comment real quick. Directly north of the last bridge in Oroville. So if they shut down the bridges, I am safe.
Is the main spillway.
Yeah, where you're seeing all the spray because of
no, there's no power. There's no power at the dam.
Much more water is coming from the original or the main spillway, while the auxiliary spillway, much less water. But again, that's the one that we're concerned.
I didn't have any power. I'm sorry, I can hardly think straight. Everybody's leaving because the I know.
To come, and then all week long it was just
I know, I need to get the hell out.
Not to mention a lot of these folks.
Evac orders were called.
A lot of rain.
Everybody's getting the hell out.
Well. It just seems to kind of add up and hard to get ahead of.
Yeah, and you look at the history of this area, and that's not unheard of. We have gone through drought situations before, and then all of a sudden we get a big season, and that's what we've been seeing this year is a big season to help us get out of this drought. And we've been getting not only enough water, but too much water in some cases.
And yesterday, officials, DWR officials, were saying that really residents of the area didn't have to worry about anything. The dam was okay. Folks living in the low-lying area didn't have to worry because they had a handle on the situation. So in the course of just 24 hours, a lot has changed. That damage spillway.
Of all the bridges, the last bridge is in between me and these solar panels right there. And they are, all those cars are lining up to see the water down there.
Actually kind of get a break from the rain, but right now, I mean, there was a brief
super good times.
Shut off the spillway as it kind of got a better look at that.
If anybody lets me know, I am a good couple minutes from, if the water were to break, I am at least a solid minute from where the water would get to me, and I had plenty of time. My freeway access rate, that's the freeway right there. You can see my muddy truck. That's the freeway on-ramp right there. So I'm good. I'm just gonna hang out here and see what happens. Yeah, this is boggling. There's I totally should. I have plenty of gas and plenty of provisions. The evacuation is ordered because the emergency spillway is going to fail in about 30 minutes, they say. They called this evacuation order when I was actually at the bottom of the spillway. I gorilla hiked all the way to the bottom, and while I was down there, seriously, water spray in my face, I heard sirens, and bounced. I went as fast as I could. I'm covered with scratches and mud. All that.
When the news first broke, they seemed pretty confident that they had a handle on the situation.
Yeah, the main spillway has been bumped up to 100,000. I wish I had battery power when it happened. I can tell you it was absolutely insane. If anybody saw my previous feeds, it was much more crazy than that. This is 100% uncommon, first time forever. 100% uncommon.
I was kind of surprised to see the water actually flowing again.
Very not common emergency. These people are going the wrong way. I don't know which way they're going. We got some police coming this way. I doubt they'll even stop to tell us what's going on. I'm going to put it in park, so I'm technically not operating a vehicle. This guy's hauling balls. I'm going to put it down. There goes that cop, super duper fast.
And they were saying that this was an ongoing
the main spillway was absolutely ripping. I wish I would have had battery power left. If anybody wants to send me a better battery, I'm totally interested. PROFRYAN at Comcast.net.
Was activated, so we are heading into
totally.
a zone where we
This is 100% not a false flag. I mean, there's sirens and people are going insane.
The area right there, you can kind of see all the different areas that they kind of carved out for the water to flow through. This is from yesterday, so you can't really actually see the water pushing into that area, but it looks like they were making room for that water to kind of head downstream.
So you're right, here we are in the next day, and again, if you're just joining us, a hazardous situation developing with the Oroville Dam auxiliary spillway. That's what you're looking at right now. They're saying that this could lead to a failure of the structure. To what extent that means, but they are asking anyone up to Gridley, those low-lying areas around the Federal River will experience rapid river rises. To what extent, again, we don't know, and we should be finding that out in a few minutes.
I mean, I wish I had better feet. I wish I had a battery to stay out there. I totally would have stayed out there to watch it flood. I was at high enough point to watch it.
See where the spillway is. This is where the water's supposed to go through.
If a flash flood happens, you will definitely see water right there, but what you won't see is water right there because I would get the fuck out of here I'm 1 second away from full gas pedal here.
Above the auxiliary spillway at this point. So that's a lot.
There are probably maybe 50,000 people right in the immediate path. I mean, there's an entire city beneath that dam.
Concerns that they have with the spillway from the dam, and so you don't want to have the flow that's coming in from the power generation at the bottom of the dam.
Oh, of course. The Feather River is going to double in about 10 minutes. I mean, it's already happened probably.
The reservoir filled up because they were not.
Yeah, traffic's going to be bad. I actually have a back way. I'm going to head up into Paradise.
This is what we have the main concern with.
I am on the. I have no idea. I'm right north of the very last bridge heading north. So if they close the bridges, I'm safe. Well, you know, this is Oroville, California. They've issued a warning saying the dam is going to fail. The actual dam is going to fail. Oroville Dam emergency spillway is going to fail. I wish I would have been there to see it. Unfortunately, my life is not worth that. And most importantly, I ran out of battery.
Allowing an uncontrolled flow of water coming down the slope. In the video that
I'm good. I'm staring at my rearview mirror. If I see a giant torrent of water,
that's right there.
And I mean, it's not going to be a giant torrent of water. It's just going to be, it doesn't work like that. Oh man, every cop in the entire freaking world. Here, I'm gonna back into a better parking spot here. Give me just a second. I'm plugged into my truck right now. I'm totally plugged into my truck, and no danger at all of losing the battery now. Here, I'm gonna move real quick and back in so I can give you maybe a little better view.
See those rapid river rises, and then of course all the way to Gridley. The potential is there for those rapid river rises.
Oh my God! Every cop in the friggin' world
but anywhere in between
is right here, right now.
Is also going to be,
or at least trying to drive by.
So you definitely want to get to higher ground because it can happen.
All right. Let's see if I can get an actual view of the dam here. That would be cool. I don't know if I can.
There's the possibility.
Basically, the dam is that way.
And how big it could get.
You can't see it.
It could be a big one. It could be a smaller area.
You can't see it, but I guarantee I'll see. If water comes up, I'll see it. I'll see it long with plenty of time to get the hell out of here.
Down in an uncontrolled flow, and so we do have.
The dam is somewhere over there. I'm not really familiar with this area, unfortunately. I can't imagine why that person is going that way. I can't imagine why anyone in their right mind is going that way. Like there is a, right in front of those solar panels right there, those solar panels, you can see that trench. The river is coming out of that trench right there.
Original spillway, they can't just shut it off.
I am driving away from this catastrophe right now. I just stopped to show you, to show everybody what's going on. I live streamed. I mean, if I see water off in the distance, I'm out of here. I have I'll get out of here real quick. I promise. Don't worry. Look at all these cops. I mean, they are.
now the
There's
water's
nothing
gotten to
but
such a
cops.
point, it keeps on coming in so fast that they can't, even when they're
They do believe the dam is going to fail. They said it's going to fail within the next half hour.
The water that was coming into the tub, so to speak, and so now it's reached that level where you have that extra little hole that's up there towards
they say the
spot where
emergency
water comes
spillway
into
is
your
going to
tub.
fail within the
That's
next half
emergency
hour, but
drain.
you know
So that's what's
they
in
have
there
no
right
clue
now
what
with this
that means.
reservoir is it was at the
So
emergency
no
drain. Now,
one
the
can tell
problem
me
is
what it means.
If that emergency
The
drain
dam spill
breaks open, that could let a lot of water out into the Feather River, and that's the biggest concern that we have right now. And it looks like Live Copter 3 is getting close to where that is taking place, and you can see right now from that vantage point, the auxiliary dam or the auxiliary spillway is got a lot of water coming over it. Again, you saw those videos. All the video that we've seen up to this point was from yesterday morning. And so now you can see that there's a lot more water going over that auxiliary spillway, and it's made its way to the left of that. That was a parking lot earlier, and now that has all been filled, and a lot of water is coming through that area. It's starting to make its way, it looks like, up and then over just outside.
but I went right down to the water and took pictures. If you follow me at pseudojd,
absolutely no control.
I'll upload video and pictures of from the base of the spillway when they started releasing the 100,000. It went from 50 to 100 while I was sitting there staring at it at the base. I got mist on me. Correct. The dam is not failing. Only the emergency spillway is supposed to be failing right now, and they say it's going to fail within the next 30 minutes.
And then just to be clear, Dirk, once it goes to the Feather River and keeps going downstream, where does that connect in? Because that obviously
traffic is definitely backing up, folks. I'm gonna hit the road.
Connect in right with the Sacramento River.
I'll keep this running, but I'm gonna maybe try and go to the next spot because traffic is backing up just too much for my taste.
All the water that's coming down the Sacramento Valley.
Yeah, way too much for my taste. Whoever said it first was right. I need to get the hell out of here.
And then out into the Bay Area. And so all the
What are they doing right here? Something's blocking the traffic right here. Oh, there's a wreck. This is why traffic is backed up. These people need to move this wreck right now. Right now. Get out of the way right now! Get out of the way!
98% full right now. So that's a lot of water.
Yeah, there's of course a damn wreck right there. Right back there. And they're just sitting there twiddling their thumbs. So I'm coming up here to this ridge. This ridge will be totally safe. I don't think I'm going to stop here because I'm really not looking to cause another wreck. If there's another exit down here, I'll stop there. There's the Sutter Buttes out there. I'm not looking at it. I'm driving, so I hope I'm pointing at something good. Whew, yeah. Time to beat feet. So I'm totally safe now. Unfortunately, there's just nothing to look at. actually above the elevation right I'm actually above the elevation right now, so even if it I'm actually above the elevation right All right, how's that look? The problem is I'm going from LT It's not gonna ever come up here. I'm out of view of anything enjoyable. Oh wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. So I'm gonna head north. I live a town or two north. I'm gonna head there, and if you follow me at pseudojd on Twitter, I'll upload a bunch of video from the actual base of the spillway when they open the flow and call the evacuation. I was down at the base. I got wet. That's how close I was. I'm gonna close this, but just keep your ears peeled. I'll talk more tonight and explain everything.
coming towards us. Keep coming to the next overpass and then zoom out some. Right in there with all the traffic getting out of town. That is exactly what's happening. Again, I'm at 3,000 feet over town, but we're seeing probably about a 3-mile backup. Starts just south of the river, and as Andrew was showing you just a moment ago on the camera there, you can see all of the folks trying to get out of downtown and onto the main road here so they can exit out to the north. That is the main exit way that everybody's going. You know, if you want to go to the south, you're heading towards Maryville. They're under evacuation as well, so you really don't want to be heading that way. I can see some of the other highways that head up into the hills. I see a lot of tail lights going that way, so a lot of folks are heading up into the high ground from here as well. As a matter of fact, Andrew, let's go ahead and pan to the right back towards the dam, and we'll just kind of come out, show the low-lying areas here of downtown Oroville, and there's the river as it goes through it. Keep coming to the right, if you would, Andrew. And I'm going to show some of the taillights of those people that are leaving town, so keep coming to the right, and we'll go zoom in right there in the center of your screen. You see folks heading for the high ground in the top right, Andrew. So move just to the right there, and you'll see there are the taillights of the folks leaving that are heading to the east. We've already seen the folks heading to the north. Not a whole lot of cars heading to the south, definitely not heading to the west, because that's under evacuation as well. But we can see people are taking this seriously. They are leaving town. That's a good thing right now, because we got the word out early, and folks are taking this seriously and getting away from here. Now we'll go ahead and pull back out, because I don't have much more flight time here. The sun is already set, and we still need to get back to Sacramento. But let's take a look again at the dam. We'll zoom in on there and see what progress, if any, is happening over there. So it does look like everything is about like it was when we first got here. There's a lot of water coming over the top of the emergency spillway. The area of concern is off to the left there, where the recreational parking lot has been, and that's where the water is spilling over there. And like we were talking about earlier, not designed to do that. So this is what's giving everyone the concern. This is what the reason is that all of this is going on. Much more significant. Let's take a look at the main spillway there, and I'm keeping my eyes open here. There's a lot of aircraft here, and I remember yesterday I had to depart because a lot of people were sightseeing over here. But the aircraft I'm seeing today are all emergency aircraft. I'm seeing CAL FIRE aircraft. I'm seeing CHP aircraft. There's a CHP airplane probably about to fly right through the shot right now. Yeah, they're below me by about 100, make that about 500 feet. There's a CHP airplane right there. So they're flying in this area. They're checking everything out. There are CHP helicopters that are out here as well. So there's a lot of water coming down here. The evacuation order is in progress, and we've seen everybody taking that seriously, getting out of town, and hopefully this will not go the way they are fearing. But right now, the way that water's coming over there, it's definitely something we best keep our eye on and take seriously. coming towards us. Keep coming to the next overpass and then zoom out some. Right in there with all the traffic getting out of town. That is exactly what's happening. Again, I'm at 3,000 feet over town, but we're seeing probably about a 3-mile backup. Starts just south of the river, and as Andrew was showing you just a moment ago on the camera there, you can see all of the folks trying to get out of downtown and onto the main road here so they can exit out to the north. That is the main exit way that everybody's going. You know, if you want to go to the south, you're heading towards Maryville. They're under evacuation as well, so you really don't want to be heading that way. I can see some of the other highways that head up into the hills. I see a lot of tail lights going that way, so a lot of folks are heading up into the high ground from here as well. As a matter of fact, Andrew, let's go ahead and pan to the right back towards the dam, and we'll just kind of come out, show the low-lying areas here of downtown Oroville, and there's the river as it goes through it. Keep coming to the right, if you would, Andrew. And I'm going to show some of the taillights of those people that are leaving town, so keep coming to the right, and we'll go zoom in right there in the center of your screen. You see folks heading for the high ground in the top right, Andrew. So move just to the right there, and you'll see there are the taillights of the folks leaving that are heading to the east. We've already seen the folks heading to the north. Not a whole lot of cars heading to the south, definitely not heading to the west, because that's under evacuation as well. But we can see people are taking this seriously. They are leaving town. That's a good thing right now, because we got the word out early, and folks are taking this seriously and getting away from here. Now we'll go ahead and pull back out, because I don't have much more flight time here. The sun is already set, and we still need to get back to Sacramento. But let's take a look again at the dam. We'll zoom in on there and see what progress, if any, is happening over there. So it does look like everything is about like it was when we first got here. There's a lot of water coming over the top of the emergency spillway. The area of concern is off to the left there, where the recreational parking lot has been, and that's where the water is spilling over there. And like we were talking about earlier, not designed to do that. So this is what's giving everyone the concern. This is what the reason is that all of this is going on. Much more significant. Let's take a look at the main spillway there, and I'm keeping my eyes open here. There's a lot of aircraft here, and I remember yesterday I had to depart because a lot of people were sightseeing over here. But the aircraft I'm seeing today are all emergency aircraft. I'm seeing CAL FIRE aircraft. I'm seeing CHP aircraft. There's a CHP airplane probably about to fly right through the shot right now. Yeah, they're below me by about 100, make that about 500 feet. There's a CHP airplane right there. So they're flying in this area. They're checking everything out. There are CHP helicopters that are out here as well. So there's a lot of water coming down here. The evacuation order is in progress, and we've seen everybody taking that seriously, getting out of town, and hopefully this will not go the way they are fearing. But right now, the way that water's coming over there, it's definitely something we best keep our eye on and take seriously. keep coming towards us. Keep coming to the next overpass and then zoom out some. Right in there with all the traffic getting out of town. That is exactly what's happening. Again, I'm at 3,000 feet over town, but we're seeing probably about a 3-mile backup. Starts just south of the river, and as Andrew was showing you just a moment ago on the camera there, you can see all of the folks trying to get out of downtown and onto the main road here so they can exit out to the north. That is the main exit way that everybody's going. You know, if you want to go to the south, you're heading towards Maryville. They're under evacuation as well, so you really don't want to be heading that way. I can see some of the other highways that head up into the hills. I see a lot of taillights going that way, so a lot of folks are heading up into the high ground from here as well. As a matter of fact, Andrew, let's go ahead and pan to the right back towards the dam, and we'll just kind of come out, show the low-lying areas here of downtown Oroville, and there's the river as it goes through it. Keep coming to the right, if you would, Andrew. And I'm going to show some of the taillights of those people that are leaving town, so keep coming to the right, and we'll go zoom in right there in the center of your screen. You see folks heading for the high ground in the top right, Andrew. So move just to the right there, and you'll see there are the taillights of the folks leaving that are heading to the east. We've already seen the folks heading to the north. Not a whole lot of cars heading to the south, definitely not heading to the west, because that's under evacuation as well. But we can see people are taking this seriously. They are leaving town. That's a good thing right now, because we got the word out early, and folks are taking this seriously and getting away from here. Now we'll go ahead and pull back out, because I don't have much more flight time here. The sun is already set, and we still need to get back to Sacramento. But let's take a look again at the dam. We'll zoom in on there and see what progress, if any, is happening over there. So it does look like everything is about like it was when we first got here. There's a lot of water coming over the top of the emergency spillway. The area of concern is off to the left there, where the recreational parking lot has been, and that's where the water is spilling over there. And like we were talking about earlier, not designed to do that. So this is what's giving everyone the concern. This is what the reason is that all of this is going on. Much more significant. Let's take a look at the main spillway there, and I'm keeping my eyes open here. There's a lot of aircraft here, and I remember yesterday I had to depart because a lot of people were sightseeing over here. But the aircraft I'm seeing today are all emergency aircraft. I'm seeing CAL FIRE aircraft. I'm seeing CHP aircraft. There's a CHP airplane probably about to fly right through the shot right now. Yeah, they're below me by about 100, make that about 500 feet. There's a CHP airplane right there. So they're flying in this area. They're checking everything out. There are CHP helicopters that are out here as well. So there's a lot of water coming down here. The evacuation order is in progress, and we've seen everybody taking that seriously, getting out of town, and hopefully this will not go the way they are fearing. But right now, the way that water's coming over there, it's definitely something we best keep our eye on and take seriously.
These are, but some people here apparently were very frustrated having to face this emergency and very tense situation. They were able to diffuse the situation, but I see a lot of looks of concern here as people arrive. Kind of a steady stream of vehicles, people, most of them bringing dogs, a few personal items, but really didn't have time to get too much with them when they came up here to the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds, which is the main emergency shelter. Here you see some more cars pulling in, and they're being directed as they come in by the staff from the Department of Water Resources from Oroville. Those are the folks you see in the reflective vests as they direct people. I would say right now, I'm trying to estimate if I can give you kind of an aerial look at the parking lot. I would say there are a couple of hundred vehicles. If I walk over here, you can see kind of a row of people walking in. These people just arrived. Maybe we'll ask them a couple questions here. Excuse me, folks. I'm on Facebook Live from KRCR News Channel 7. What's your name?
Lee.
Lee.
We love KRCR.
Oh, thank you. So tell me, how you got the word, and what did you hear that you knew you had to get out of Oroville?
Our phones started going off, and we just immediately loaded up the kids and took off.
Yeah. How many kids do you have here? You have a big group here.
I have my 2 daughters and my niece and my nephew.
Yeah. What is the mood when you're coming up here and you get the word that you have to evacuate immediately? What's that like?
It's scary. We're overwhelmed, definitely.
Everything's okay.
And where do you live?
Oroville.
Oroville. What part of Oroville? What street?
Daryl Porter Way.
Yeah.
Right on Florida.
So that is considered a low-lying area. When they say low-lying areas evacuate, that's you.
Yes.
And what is the traffic like? We've heard it's bumper to bumper coming north from Oroville. What was the traffic like and the drive like?
I took Durham in, so it was a lot quicker.
And were you able to get any belongings to bring with you?
No.
No.
No, just what we had on our backs pretty much.
When you got the word, how long did it take you before you jumped in the car and just left?
Probably 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
And what's your plan from here? What's your plan for tonight?
We have nothing. We have $8
Nothing
to
planned.
our name.
You have $8 to your name because that's all you had in your wallet probably. No time to stop by the ATM.
Nope. We have nothing.
You got what's important. Most important was these little guys. Okay, guys, I know they've got the shelter open. Hey, thank you and best of luck to you folks.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you for stopping. There's just a couple of the stories here being told at the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds. The parking lot is starting to fill up, and I'm going to probably run in and check out what's going on inside the emergency shelter. But a lot of people are staying here in the parking lot because they've brought their pets with them. I've seen people being offered water. I've had a few people tell me they don't simply want to go on camera because this happened so quickly that they're in their pajamas. They don't have makeup on. It might have been cleaning the bathroom, and so they say, I just don't look presentable to be on TV. All very understandable. So that is what's going on right now, and we'll check back in here from the emergency shelter at the Silver Dollar Speedway in a few minutes. But for now, we're going to sign off for now. Kelly Som, KRC. Department of Water Resources, that they had expressed some frustration with these employees who,
Keep coming towards us. Keep coming to the next overpass and then zoom out some. Right in there with all the traffic getting out of town. That is exactly what's happening. Again, I'm at 3,000 feet over town, but we're seeing probably about a 3-mile backup starts just south of the river, and as Andrew was showing you just a moment ago on the camera there, you can see all of the folks trying to get out of downtown and onto the main road here so they can exit out to the north. That is the main exit way that everybody is going. You know, if you want to go to the south, you're heading towards Maryville. They're under evacuation as well, so you really don't want to be heading that way. I can see some of the other highways that head up into the hills. I see a lot of tail lights going that way, so a lot of folks are heading up into the high ground from here as well. As a matter of fact, Andrew, let's go ahead and pan to the right back towards the dam. And we'll just kind of come out and show the low-lying area.
It has been overwhelming, as you might imagine, in a scenario like this. There is a lot that has to be done very, very quickly. We've been working to do that. As we get those tasks taken care of, we can move on to other issues. But I have received, I've been in contact with the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. They are sending resources and committing to sending additional resources as this situation develops if we need it. I have been contacted by our local legislators in California, Assemblyman Gallagher's office, Assemblyman Daly's office, and Senator Jim Nielsen have all reached out to me and committed their support and aid in getting any kind of resources. We have, of course, the full support of Cal Fire. We've had the full support of the California Highway Patrol and all of our other public safety partners. Now, I am hopeful that the lake level will drop significantly in a very timely fashion and relieve the pressure on the spillway. I'm hopeful that the amount of water that is being released downstream will not cause significant damage. But even if that happens, this is a very dynamic situation. It's a situation that could change rapidly, and one that we're going to have to pay a very close pay close attention to. People may ask, when can we come back if the situation doesn't result in catastrophic failure? And the answer to that question is, I don't know yet, because we're going to need to assess the stability of the spillway before we allow people back in. Once we've got them out, I want to make sure it's safe to come in. And so I would ask for the public's cooperation and patience. This is certainly not something that I wanted to do, but it was something that I felt was necessary to protect the lives of thousands of people.
Quick question for Eric. How long do you think this will take? When will it begin?
Okay, you're listening to a live feed, two live feeds actually from DWR and the officials there down in Oroville in Butte County. Just to recap, this is not what they wanted to do. It's considered to be a dynamic situation, as you may not, if you've just joined us, the Oroville Spillway, emergency spillway, is overloaded. They have both the spillway and the main spillway releasing more than 100,000 cubic feet per second, so an emergency evacuation has been called. Let's go back to the press conference as it continues.
Per second design.
Because it was in 97, and there was some serious flooding. So how high can you get the CFS up to where you feel it's safe downstream?
Well, they brought it up to, as Sheriff Honey has described, they brought the flows up to 100,000 cubic feet per second to lower Lake Oroville very quickly to get it below the top of the auxiliary spillway, and they're continuing to, they will continue to drop the lake level down as quickly as they can.
You said you're monitoring, this, as I understand this is the emergency spillway that you found this new problem.
Yes, there was a head form below, yes.
So this is the first time this is ever been used.
That's correct.
So how did you describe this monitoring? Tell us a little bit about the process and what you were actually seeing.
We had a monitor that we have monitors on the main spillway, also on the auxiliary or emergency spillway, and they identified this erosion feature in I think it was about 3 o'clock this afternoon, and immediately started assessing it, seeing if it was moving and observing it, and there's not they don't have any models for something like this. It happened so quickly, and so it was our engineers made their best estimate, and that was when they gave the information to Sheriff Honey.
Currently, do you have an estimate at the time as to when the lake will drop so the emergency spillway will not be activated?
I believe they said within the next hour.
That's my understanding.
That was the latest we had. And that was right before we got here, so they're assessing that right now. But that was their estimate.
Do you know what the inflow is now?
I don't off the top of my head. It was decreasing, though, I know throughout the day.
But we will get you that information shortly. That's something we can readily obtain.
As you make this attempt to try to fix this and deal with this problem, there is rainstorms predicted coming up this week. How do you balance that? How do you handle and how do you plan with that when that clock's ticking?
Well, I think right now we're going to be, going after this problem right now, and we'll be, we're definitely aware of that. We have, hydrologists and our forecasters are looking at that too. But this is our primary focus right now.
Okay, if there's no further questions, there'll be another press conference right in this room at 9 p.m. tonight. If any of you have any questions afterwards, everybody will be available for interviews. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, you were watching a live press conference down near the Oroville Spillway, the Oroville Dam, bringing us the very latest information. A couple of things that are important to know. If you live in Butte County 211 has informed us that they can handle your calls. They know the information. That is a great place to start. Call the 211 call center, and they can give you information as to where you, any questions that you might have if you are not sure if you're in the evacuation area. Low levels of Oroville areas downstream have been ordered to evacuate. Law enforcement is going door to door, homes and areas closest to the dam and spillway. We will bring you more as we continue our coverage of the Oroville Dam spillway failure.
In tears right after the surgery, and we saw him. We'll hear from his parents.
Traffic is going northbound on Highway 99. right now, so you cannot go into that area. Call 211 if you're in Butte County and you have questions or you know of people who may need assistance. Executive Director of Butte 211, the 24-hour public information helpline for health and human services in Butte County. Now, as I said, they are taking calls in Chico, and they're ready to assist with providing official public information regarding the evacuation. Butte County residents, reminding you, you can call from a landline or a cell phone. Yuba and Sutter residents can call the back line, 866-916-3566. And now we are preparing to go live to Corey Honey, the Butte County Sheriff, is going to join us now live on the phone. Sheriff Honey, are you with us? Sheriff Honey, this is Brent Weber. Can you hear us? You're live. Corey Honey has just finished the press conference, and we're trying to get him live from down in Chico right now. We'll get to Jeremy Linder in just a moment with the very latest. Sheriff Honey, can you hear me? We're going to call him again. He is obviously extremely busy, but we'll keep you up to date. Information about places in the North State that are opening as evacuation shelters. Again, be calm. We have at least 2 evacuation shelters. Let's take a look. Elks Lodge in Paradise tells us that they have opened their RV park to RV evacuees, but very limited in space, accommodating a second location. Silver Dollar Fairgrounds in Chico. Kelly Som has been at that location. We also put in a call just moments ago, and we have been told that the Oroville Hospital is not taking any non-emergency patients. Non-emergency patients need to shelter in place. So shelter in place if you have a health concern. Try to, of course, get to an out-of-way, get to any areas. If you can head east away, that's great. Only going 99 north. At this point in time, you cannot get down there. If you know of someone that might be in need of assistance, call 211 in Butte County. We're going to try to get back in just a few moments, but here's the updates for that 211 information. This will help keep 911 free except for emergency calls, and that is very important at this time. If you're not sure about locations, go to our website, krcrtv.com. We're trying to keep everything updated to the minute. We're getting quite a bit of information, and you can see the 211 updates there as we are hoping to get Corey Honey. Jeremy, he's checking some of the latest levels now. We did hear in the press conference they're continuing to basically push as much water, let as much water as they can. They cannot control the amount of water going over that auxiliary spillway. We know that. So 100,000 cubic feet a second. We don't need any more going in, but snow melt is certainly having an effect on that, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's right, Brent. I just checked some of the latest numbers from the California Data Exchange Center, where you can track the levels at Lake Oroville hourly. Finally, since we've increased those outflows to 100,000 CFS, this is twice as much as what's coming into the lake. So we're going to see levels already start to drop. In fact, we are now just over a half a foot above where that emergency spillway is at. That's at an elevation of 101. So we're just above that, and we need to drop below 901 to keep that water from spilling over. That's still the equivalent of 26,000 acre feet of water that is above capacity for Lake Oroville. So we're going to continue to probably see those outflows very high, and that's why flooding is our major concern that we're keeping an eye out for. In fact, the National Weather Service did issue that flash flood warning. This is the area highlighted in red through 4:15 Monday afternoon. It's going to take a lot of water to actually let those lake levels subside. Think of it like a salad bowl. When you're filling things up, it doesn't take that much water to initially fill it up, but as you get closer and closer to the top, you need a lot more. Well, it's going to be in the reverse as far as draining it. You have to get rid of a lot of water before you see a decent drop. Of course, the lower you go, the easier those results will become. And one of the reasons why that flash flood warning is definitely still in effect through 4:15 Monday afternoon. So here's Oroville. Here's the Feather River. Let me go ahead and move out of the way. Here is the dam. This is where all the water is going to be flowing as we go through the next day or so. What's happening is because water will find the lowest spot and it will go wherever it wants to go. You can't really block it. So as you start going through the Feather River, most of that is going to fan out from there. We heard earlier that areas around the river are the most prone to flooding, and if you have to evacuate, definitely head to a higher elevation. If you can go above 900 feet, which is the elevation of the lake, you'll be in a good position. But while we're dry right now, we're only seeing runoff, all attention is going to switch back over to our next storm system that could make this a whole nother issue as we go later into the week. You can see with PrecisionCast already by Thursday night, that's the first wave that works its way through. A very unsettled pattern will be persisting, just like what we finished up. So this is the break right now. The next wave works its way through for late Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, even for the following weekend. It's still tough a little to tell just how much rain we could get out of this system, but it's something we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on for. Definitely the officials over with the Department of Water Resources are keeping an eye on that as well. We are still throughout the North State in a flood warning through 9/15 Monday. So not only is Butte County looking for the potential of flooding, but so is the rest of the area, maybe at a smaller degree. Another concern is going to be all that water that's coming out of Keswick and Shasta in combination of Oroville will continue to head farther south along the Sacramento River. So areas even farther south could potentially be looking at flooding later in the week as well. So our threat tracker will remain in the medium category because
there's a lot of aircraft here. And I remember yesterday I had to depart because a lot of people were sightseeing over here. But the aircraft I'm seeing today are all emergency aircraft. I'm seeing CAL FIRE aircraft. I'm seeing CHP aircraft. There's a CHP airplane probably about to fly right through the shot right now. Yeah, they're below me by about 100, make that about 500 feet. There's a CHP airplane right there. So they're flying in this area. They're checking everything out. There are CHP helicopters that are out here as well. So there's a lot of water coming down here. The evacuation order is in progress, and we've seen everybody taking that seriously, getting out of town, and hopefully this will not go the way they are fearing. But right now, the way that water's coming over there, it's definitely something we best keep our eye on and take seriously.
We're live on Channel 7 right now. What is the most important thing for residents and viewers to know at this moment?
Okay, so as you are aware, earlier this evening we ordered the evacuation of Oroville and the cities south of that. We also notified Yuba and Sutter counties of the need to activate evacuations. The reason for that, between 3:30 and 4 this afternoon, the emergency public safety personnel assigned to the incident involving the Oroville Dam spillway situation were advised by the Department of Water Resources staff that they had detected a significant hole near the front of the auxiliary/emergency spillway. And you'll recall that that spillway was the one that was being used to reduce the lake level because of the damage with the regular spillway. The DWR folks were quite concerned about that because it was eroding the land back towards the face of the spillway at a rapid rate. When they were asked what would happen if it got to the face of the spillway, there was significant concern that it would compromise the spillway and perhaps result in a substantial release of water downstream. In talking with DWR, they couldn't tell us with certainty how long that might occur and what would result, but there was the potential for catastrophic failure, which would have put thousands of lives in danger. As a result of that information, talking with my other public safety partners, we made the decision that we were going to order the evacuation of the Oroville area and the areas south. We decided that we couldn't wait to see if the situation became more stable or resolved itself because if we did, we wouldn't have had enough time to get people out. So it was a tough decision, but it was a decision that had to be made, and I decided to err on the side of caution and start the evacuation process. Since then, I just got another update, which the DWR folks indicated to me that the rate in which that cut was eroding back towards the face of the spillway was not as rapid as what they initially thought it would be. That's a good thing because it has slowed that. So in order to try to prevent a catastrophic failure, they began to release 100,000 cubic feet per second of water down the regular but damaged spillway in an effort to lower the lake level below the area, below what was needed for the emergency spillway, and thereby relieve pressure on that. I am told that that is working and that the lake is dropping, and the last bit of information I had was that there was only about 2 inches of water going over the auxiliary/emergency spillway. That will help stabilize the situation, but I'm not confident that it will remove the threat or the danger. So we are going to continue with this evacuation order until I can be assured that the integrity of the spillway is intact, and that we aren't putting thousands of lives at risk.
Sheriff,
there is another effort being made to shore up the integrity of that eroded area, and that would involve the use of helicopters to drop bags of rock into the crevice to prevent any further erosion. At this point, that's all the information I have. We have another briefing at 9 p.m., and I'm trying to get some additional information from there. Okay?
Sheriff, I know you need to get out, but I just want to clarify one thing that I think might help people understand better. When they are talking about catastrophic failure, we are talking about the spillway. They're not talking about failure of the dam itself, correct?
Not. Thank you very much. And I think it's very, very important that you said that. I'm not talking about failure of the dam. We're talking about the failure of the spillway, what's been termed the auxiliary or emergency spillway. Now, the amount of water that would have washed downstream could have been significant, resulting in flooding all the way downstream. I was told by the Department of Water Resources that they did not have models for that. That wasn't something that was contemplated, which added to my decision to call for this evacuation. The bottom line is I made the decision to be safe rather than sorry, because if we would have waited and we would have been wrong, it could have jeopardized thousands of lives.
Sheriff
okay,
Honey,
guys, I got to go.
We know you got to go.
Right,
Sheriff Honey, we really appreciate your time. We will keep bringing all the information. That is Sheriff Honey from Butte County, essentially telling us this is a proactive, a measure he wanted to act before it became a critical scenario for residents, but that doesn't mean wait it out. They are going door to door. They are sending authorities out at the closest to the dam. You are being told to evacuate South Oroville and then downstream. So if in doubt, get in the car, take your time, go the way out of town, and you can see video right now from the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds where they are doing their best. There are several areas, some evacuation centers for people of Oroville that have just come into our newsroom. Paradise Veterans Hall now open. That's at 6550 Skyway in Paradise. Tehama County District Fairgrounds also open at 650 Antelope Boulevard in Red Bluff. So you can go straight to one of these places, and we'll have that up on a graphic for you in a moment. There's also Paradise Alliance Church, 6491 Clark Road in Paradise, open to RVs and trailers only, and Rolling Hills RV Park at 2645 Everett Freeman Way. That's in Corning, so we're going to give you a moment to look at those on the screen, and if you need to jot any of those down, Mike Dudley at Rolling Hills RV Park says they have about 20 spots available. Southbound lanes on 149, 70, and 99 are becoming northbound. There will be no highways to drive into Oroville. So if you have a family member that you need to check on, your best option is to call 211 if you know of somebody that needs assistance in getting out. Otherwise, there will be no roads going into Oroville. This is very important. They are able to take your calls from landline or cell phone into 211. It is best not to call 911 unless you have an emergency scenario. So leave 911 open for that situation. Let us recap for you that immediate evacuation from low levels of Oroville and areas downstream was ordered after 4 today, and the hazardous situation developed. I used the
towards us.
Words that the auxiliary spillway had failed, and a better choice of terminology would be that it is overwhelmed. It is working, but there has been extensive erosion, as you have seen in our live shots throughout the day, and we'll take a look at some video right now of the river there. You can see cars leaving, but it does show an orderly evacuation. This being the most critical aspect. National Weather Service has issued a flash flood warning, of course, for the area. And we want to bring you back to the timeline of this scenario. We also were told over an hour ago that officials anticipated a failure of that auxiliary spillway. I used that word earlier. What we have seen is an overwhelmed spillway at this point in time. And you can see it on the left. The spillway, they are letting everything they can through the main spillway that they possibly can, more than 100,000. And I'm going to read this to you here in just a moment. I've just been told 200 to 250 cars are already at the Silver Dollar Fairground, so they are evacuation centers, so they are nearing capacity there. There are some churches, so if you do know an area, hey, go to the mall up here in Reading. If you can get out of there, this is a safety measure at this point. There are no reports of injuries, and certainly we're going to be looking at some very significant downstream damage. We just don't know what that's going to be. Issues with the spillway at the Oroville Dam began back in 2013. We learned this past week that crews made some patches on the main spillway near where the damage that we've been watching significantly was found Wednesday. The left of your screen from this helicopter footage, that is the emergency spillway, which was breached for the first time ever earlier yesterday. Now, officials Wednesday said they did a visual report from a distance, though several years ago. Fast forward to 4 years later, the gaping hole discovered Wednesday began at 45 feet by 300 feet, 500 feet long. There is no way to know exactly how long that is now because it is under 100,000 cubic feet a second going across it. Officials said through the week the emergency spillway would not need to be used, but we should be fair in saying that it was a last resort. They did not expect it to be used, and it has done its job. It has never been tested before. Let us keep this in mind, that until 1 a.m. Saturday morning, in nearly a half century of operation, lake levels had never passed the emergency spillway height at 901 feet, and that is when they did the first time ever. Flows accelerated to 12,600 cubic feet per second. Department of Water Resources has held press conferences yesterday and today. They did urge calm yesterday. But you heard the sheriff of Butte County say he made the decision to give an emergency evacuation order when he realized that there was going to be additional water that was having to come across. He did not want to have panic. And there you can see, is this a live shot coming? This is not live, but you can see not that long ago, the sun is going down. This is, of course, earlier as well, out at one of the evacuation areas. But you can see getting out of town is critical. You cannot go into Oroville, and that is very important. Now, crews, of course, have at noon today, they said flood evacuations were unlikely, but we, again, also were being given information that it could happen. So Taylor Torregano was there at our press conference earlier today. Now, she reported officials said they expected water currently coming down for the emergency spillway to stop by noon tomorrow, but it is very difficult today. We had a warm day today. We have additional runoff coming from snowmelt. So it is a very exact science until you get into the unknown. We have never experienced this confluence, and I'm sorry if I made a pun there, of all of the elements. A confluence of snowmelt, of significant rainfall, the most we've seen in perhaps a decade in this area, and the weathering of that main spillway, of course, reducing its effectiveness and having to be slowed. All of these things coming together at this point have brought us to this point. So the emergency evacuation has been ordered for Lower Oroville and downstream areas. If you are in doubt, I would say make it out, be calm, get in your car and leave. Call 211 if you're not sure of the exact area down in Butte County. We did hear from Shannon Meads, who is a person who called us on the phone. Shannon Meads, a gentleman, called us, and he is opening his personal property to RV evacuees. He has 10 spots available. He said that there are others on Facebook. He has friends who are doing the same thing. This gentleman is coming on he's in Corning, on the corner of Toombs and Lolita, Shannon Meads, and you can find him on Facebook. We will try to repost these things as best we can. And right now we're trying to hook up. We've got Kelly Somm, who is back with us live from the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds, where they have opened their gates early and have been very busy. Kelly, what can you tell us? Kelly Somm is live at the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds, and are you still with us, Kelly? We may have. Isn't technology great, right, Kelly? She is at the fairgrounds now. Kelly, can you hear me? No. As soon as we get Kelly Somm, we will take you. She has been out there for quite a bit of time this afternoon, talking to folks who have rolled in. If you do not have your evacuation planned, now is not the time. Just get in the car, get the dogs, head out of town, and we are being told there are options. You will run into some traffic in several different areas, and we'll try to give you some options, but you pretty much know where you live better than anybody, and so we're advising you to note that no one can come in to Chico. You're seeing some spectacular footage. Kelly Somm has been out at this evacuation center, Silver Dollar Fairgrounds, and Kelly, are you with us?
I am. I stepped outside. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you. I'm going to make sure that they're bringing you up now. I can hear Kelly. Can you guys hear Kelly on the speaker?
1, 2, 3, 4. Kelly Somm at the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds. So I got here, I'm guessing, over an hour ago, and there's been a steady stream of cars just pouring in. People who they had very little time to pick up anything. I've talked to so many people. Some people were shopping at Walmart, and they said that the staff came on over the loudspeaker and said everyone needs to get out now, that there's a mandatory evacuation. People were panicked. Some of them said it took them an hour just to get to the freeway from wherever they were in Oroville, from the surface streets in Oroville. The traffic was backed up. They said people were driving extremely dangerously. Everybody, a little on edge by this mandatory evacuation. I spoke to a gentleman who was on his way to the bank with his girlfriend and his dog, and he said the fire engines raced by. The firefighter said in a panicked tone, "You need to get out now." So they just turned the car around. So some of these people don't have jackets. Some of them are dressed in pajamas. Some of them are in dirty clothing. Many of them don't want to go on camera because they said they were taken so by surprise by this emergency alert. They literally dropped everything, got the kids, got the dog, maybe had 5 minutes to put together an overnight bag. But honestly, most of the people I'm seeing here are walking around with nothing but their pets and their families. Now, they're in the process of setting up some cots here at the shelter. There's a lot of people from local churches and Boy Scout groups. I've recognized a lot of pastors who are out there in their capacity as chaplains. There are people, Doug Teeter, a county supervisor, is here organizing. A lot of people, residents just showing up from Chico saying, what can I do to help? People are handing out water. They honestly haven't had a chance to organize any type of food for these people. And a lot of these people are walking around looking somewhat shell-shocked. They never anticipated that this day would come when they got the word that they had to evacuate from Oroville. They just never thought it would happen. So the parking lot is filling up. All the Department of Water Resources, those employees were among the first here because they were mobilized to man the emergency shelter here. So Department of Water Resources employees, some of them not from this area, they aren't familiar with the local area. They've been called in to direct traffic. And there was one point where I think there was a bit of a confrontation between one of the local residents who was very upset at what has happened with this flooding and the situation at the dam, and kind of confronted one of the DWR employees, and they had to diffuse that situation. But other than that, everyone has been very calm, the people here, the volunteers have been very helpful. Some of these people from Oroville, I don't think have ever been to the Silver Dollar Fairground, so some of them are saying, where do I go? And everyone looking a little bit confused, but everyone's happy that they're safe, and they were able to get out before, things got worse in Oroville. So it is going to be a long night. These people, a lot of them, they don't know what's to come, and hopefully once the cots get set up and they get some tables and people get registered here, they'll be able to share some information. But right now, very little information being shared with these people about what's happening back in Oroville. They just know that they got to Chico as soon as they could.
Kelly, we appreciate it, and we will check back. Hopefully we can check back within you a little bit. You can let them know that and you probably did hear at the press conference, they did say they do not know. They obviously have no timeline to when folks might be allowed back home, and traffic is going to be an issue. It's not a panic situation, but northbound 149, 70, 99, no southbound lanes are currently open. One of our Facebook posts, on Facebook told us that 162 might be an option out of 70. For those of you, we appreciate when you can share that information with us. Now, Taylor Torregano has been Facebook living, but with Corey Honey, do we want to take some of that, or are we done with that?
And
so we're going to go to the Facebook Live with Corey Honey on the podium.
Public safety remains our #1 priority. And that's what you're seeing.
This is from the earlier press. Is this our earlier press conference?
And the effective communication that we share jointly with that. A couple of things that I would point out is we're mobilizing as much equipment, and I mean by equipment, engines, hand crews, bulldozers, helicopters, as we can, and we're moving that north. So that's anywhere from Southern California, San Diego area, all the way north where we are right now, as well as any northern assets that we have and equipment is coming here. We've additionally stood up another incident management team similar to the one that I have here with me, and that one will be assisting and based out of Red Bluff. So they will be coordinating and assisting this team as well. Both the director and deputy director of CAL FIRE are here not here at this location, but are in Sacramento at the Operations Center to assist and coordinate efforts from a regional perspective as well, to assure I get the resources.
On our Facebook page right now, KRCR News Channel 7, you can hopefully you can pick up that live stream as it continues. It's always a little iffy to get it live on the air. Emergency evacuations have been ordered for Oroville, south of the Spillway. Jeremy Linder's going to be along in just a moment to bring us the very latest. He's been keeping up with things. The bottom line is water is still going into that lake, and they're getting as much of it out of the lake as they can. We heard a little while ago from Sheriff Corey Honey of Butte County that it was his decision to go on ahead and issue an emergency evacuation. There are no reports of injuries. We haven't heard reports of overtaken homes, but he felt it was in the best interest of his citizenry, with some impending situation where he had been told, and we heard this at a press conference a little while ago, that there is an impending catastrophic failure at the spillway or the emergency spillway. And but we do want to also underscore underscore, we're talking about failure of the spillways, maybe imminent, but not the dam itself. That needed to be made very clear. Let's send it over to Jeremy Linder, who is standing by with the very latest on our flash flood warnings. Jeremy?
Yeah, Brett, and really what the main concern is if we do see any failure of that emergency spillway, already that water that's going over has been uncontrolled, and that could allow even more so water to work its way in. One of the reasons why flooding is such a big impact that we're going to be keeping an eye out for. That flash flood warning is still in effect for the areas shaded in red. That includes areas around Palermo, Oroville, Gridley, Thermalito, Wyandotte, and I was pointed out that we also need to keep an eye out on areas of East Biggs. That's right there on the edge of the flash flood warning that goes all the way through 4:15 Monday afternoon. Most of the water is going to be flowing right along the Feather River, and it's going to look for the lowest spot to go and quickly span out from there. Already we're seeing outflows near 1,000 cubic feet per second. That's just over double what's coming into the lake. So the levels are dropping. The latest numbers should actually be updating in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So I'm keeping an eye on those for you, and we'll give you the updates as they work its way through. But even though we're dry right now, all eyes are still on the forecast because we do have another storm system that's working into play. So I wanted to show you precision cast as we go through the rest of tonight. Of course, a lot of cloud cover. We were warm, and that allowed some snow melts to come into play, and one of the reasons why we're still seeing a lot of water enter into local creeks, river streams, and lakes. We're going to continue to see these conditions as we go through your Monday and Tuesday. Then we look for that next storm system to work its way through. Still dry Tuesday afternoon. This is 1 o'clock. Let's go ahead and head towards early Wednesday morning. This is 4:30, and we're starting to see that moisture move in. First along the coast, but it's right there on the doorstep for the valley, including around the Chico and Oroville area. It probably won't be till late Wednesday that we'll actually see some of this moisture work its way through with the first wave, but it's an unsettled weather pattern, very similar to what we saw just last week. So we'll see several waves Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, even all the way through the weekend. This is Sunday at 5:30 in the morning, and still seeing some additional rainfall. Now this far out, it's still a little tough to tell just how much rain, but I do know estimates coming from the California and Nevada River Forecast Center is looking for at least an inch, maybe more for some portions of the valley, even higher numbers so you start heading up into the mountains. Overall, it won't be as strong of a system as what we saw just last week, but still, that's going to be a lot more rainfall working its way into the lake. Already very high, in fact, above capacity, and that's going to keep that potential for flooding sticking around, and there's not much of a gap in between. So as of right now, our threat tracker, I'm keeping that in the medium category for tomorrow because the river levels are very high. Like I said, we're going to continue to keep an eye closely on that. The flash flood warning still in effect all the way through tomorrow afternoon, but the area as a whole is under a flood warning for local creeks and streams. It's just not one location, but the entire North State that could be seeing some flooding conditions because of the moisture and the runoff that's continuing to linger. Now by Tuesday, I'll drop it down to a low, but we'll continue to monitor that, and we may have to bump it up depending on just how much rainfall it could be on the way for Lake Oroville. We'll keep an eye on those levels. As of right now, it's about a half foot from right where that emergency spillway is, and it needs to drop below that to keep that extra uncontrolled runoff that I mentioned working its way through. But by Wednesday, it could take a whole turn of events and add even more with that next system trying to come into play. It won't be till late Wednesday, but like I mentioned, several days of a wet pattern persisting back into the forecast, not only for the rest of the week, but possibly going into the weekend as well. So we'll continue a close eye on the potential for flooding, not only right now with this dry pattern, but by the tail end of the week when we get a lot more wet weather coming into play. Brent went to go ahead and he's checking up some of the latest details that we can get in for you into the newsroom. Jerry O'Lennon has come back to the anchor desk. We're going to go ahead and toss things over to him. Jerry, what's the very latest that you know of?
All right, thank you so much, Jeremy. We kind of want to recap in case you just tuned in. Almost 3 hours ago exactly, we got notification that the entire city of Oroville, at least down below, was to be evacuated. That decision made by Butte County Sheriff Corey Honey, again at approximately 4:15. And they said that the spillway could begin to fail. The emergency spillway would fail probably at about 5:45, and Sure enough, it apparently has, and so the evacuations are ongoing. The things that you need to know: there are evacuation centers. This is video taken previously of people leaving the city of Oroville. Most were advised early on to head in to Chico. However, we've been getting word from both Congressman Doug LaMalfa and Supervisor Bill Connolly that many people may decide to head east or southeast, and because to go to higher ground for their safety. These are some places that have evacuation shelters that we know of. Elks Lodge in Paradise on Clark Road. It's open to RV evacuees. There's 15 open spaces. And of course, the main one is the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds over on Fair Street in Chico. Kelly saw him reporting just about 15 minutes ago that there are already close to 250 cars that had gone through there. The Paradise Veterans Hall on Skyway, that's 6550 Skyway, and the Tehama District Fairground on Antelope Boulevard in Red Bluff, that far out, is also opened up an evacuation shelter. The Paradise Alliance Church on Clark Road has an evacuation shelter, and Rolling Hills RV Park over in Corning has also opened up an RV shelter. Again, well, we want to remind people that if you have some questions, you need some help, you can call Butte 211. It's a 24-hour helpline. They take calls. They update the evacuation information. Butte County residents should call 211 from a landline or a cell phone. Yuba and Sutter residents, by the way, we should mention that Yuba and Sutter counties have also been told to evacuate as well. So let's go to one person who has actually has opened up his property to RV evacuees. His name is Shannon Meads. He says people on Facebook are also posting that their homes are open as well. Some really good Samaritans here trying to help people who are in need tonight. Let's talk to Shannon Meads right now. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Well, we're doing good. Why don't you tell us exactly what you're offering and how many spots might be available and who best would be able to utilize this offer that you've made?
Well, I've got room for at least 10 RVs. I have full hookup for one, and the others just have to be self-contained, but I do have enough room for not 10.
Okay, let's make sure we have your property. What's your address if somebody wants to take advantage of this and head over there?
Oh, yes. The address is 4010 Toombs Avenue, Corning, California.
Okay, say it again just one more time.
I'm sorry?
Say that address one more time in Corning.
Oh, it's 4010 Toombs Avenue, Toomes.
Okay, good to know. So if you have an RV, and you need a place to go to that address over in Tehama County. What made you decide to do this?
You know what? I was watching the news, and I just was trying to think of, how to help. So, I mean, it's a small thing, but at least I can help some way.
We have seen that many people have posted these similar type of offers on Facebook, and I think we could probably encourage people to go to our Facebook page if there is something that wants to be offered. Just one more time, Mr. Meads, if you don't mind giving us that address one last time. If somebody has an RV that they want to use, that they want to take over to Corning to get away from the potential flooding, what's the address again?
It's 4010 Toombs Avenue, Toomes, in Corning, California. All they have to do is call, or they can just show up, and we'll fix them right up.
All right, Mr. Meads, thank you so much for your time, and the community thanks you for your generosity as well.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you.
All the best to you.
All right, bye.
So the emergency evacuations began at about 4:15. There is no way, really, at this point, it's going to be difficult to get into Oroville, particularly lower-lying areas. Southbound lanes on 99, 162, and Highway 70 have been closed. They are now northbound lanes to get out. I just got in my earpiece that the Glenn County Fairgrounds now has an evacuation site as well. The Glenn County Fairgrounds, I believe, I want to make sure the city of that, I believe is that Orland or Willows? I cannot recall right off the top of my head. Maybe you can find that out for me. The Glenn County Fairgrounds, I believe, I'm not sure. I believe that it's Orland. It is Orland. Okay. The Glenn County Fairgrounds now has an evacuation center as well. Here are the others, one at the Paradise Veterans Hall, the Tehama District Fairgrounds, the Paradise Alliance Church, and the Rolling Hills RV Park over in Corning as well. And again, we want to make sure we get this information out. If you have questions that you need about the evacuation information, you should call Butte 211. Just call 211 for updates. It's a 24-hour helpline. Residents need to call from a landline or a cell phone. Yuba and Sutter residents have a particular number they need to call, which is right there, 1-866-916-3566. And there's a shot taken earlier of the massive flooding and really the traffic. We were speaking with both Doug LaMalfa, the congressman, District 1 congressman of the U.S. House of Representatives, who said that it was like, in his words, like a parking lot on Highway 99. And so it is difficult to get. It's going to be difficult for a while. But again, they've opened up lanes in just one direction now. There are no southbound lanes, just northbound lanes coming out of Oroville. No lanes open going into Oroville. Let's toss things over now to Jeremy Linder, who's going to give us some more information about the weather pattern and how it might affect what's happening right now. Jeremy.
Yeah, Jared, we're continuing to see levels at Lake Oroville drop after increasing the outflows to around 100,000 cubic feet per second. Right now, the level of the lake is just about 0.4 feet roughly from the emergency spillway. So there's just under half a foot of water that's allowing to flow over uncontrolled. Those levels continue to drop. In fact, it dipped down about 0.3 feet in the last hour. You can see those outflow numbers here towards the bottom, roughly double of what's coming into the lake from all the snow melt that we are continuing to see with the dry and warm weather pattern that we experienced for the weekend. Because of all of that water that's going to be flowing over, though, for an extended period of time, that's why the concern for flooding across low-lying areas is in place, and why we do have that flash flood warning still in effect for the areas shaded in red through 4:15 Monday afternoon. All of that water has to go somewhere, and what's going to come into play is it's going to flow down the Feather River. It's going to find the most low-lying areas and spread out from there. It's very hard to control water. It's going to go wherever it wants to go. You block it off in one area, it's going to find another way around it. Again, following the most lowest path. So it's best, if possible, to head across the course into the higher elevations. Above the lake elevation of 900 feet, definitely preferred. But the area in red is our biggest concern that we keep an eye out for. Obviously, Oroville, Palermo, Gridley, East Biggs is in there as well, Thermalito, and as we continue to go through, here's the river. I mentioned that earlier. This is where all the water is going to come into play and then expand from there. We're also seeing another wet pattern setting itself up for the middle of the week. So we're dry right now, but that won't be the case. So even more rainfall is going to come into Lake Oroville later into the week, and that could extend the potential for some flooding as it passes through. So here's Precision Cast, 6 o'clock on Thursday night. This is the wave that's just now beginning to come through. It's going to be unsettled, so that means one after another all the way through the weekend, where we could see some chances of rainfall throughout the North State, not only for the valley but for the mountains as well. Snow levels will start off high, so we'll continue to see more snow melt as the system first progresses through, but we are showing indications that those levels could dip to about 4,000 feet, which would be good to keep some of that moisture still packed away in the mountains, let it melt off in the spring. But of course, we're seeing that melt right now, and that's really where our threat for flooding is coming into play. The overall flood warning still in effect through 9:15 Monday evening. So our threat tracker is still in the medium for tomorrow because of the high river levels. We're going to continue to see the potential for both Tuesday and Wednesday. But a lot of water could potentially be headed our way. I'll talk about more on that coming up in just a bit, but Jerry's got some latest information. We're going to go ahead and toss it back to him on the desk.
right, thank you so much, Jeremy. Last check over at the evacuation center over at the Silver Dollar Speedway in Chico, there were about 250 cars that had arrived. That was about 30 minutes ago. KRCR's Kelly Som is there now live, and she gives us an update. Kelly, what can you tell us?
Words of encouragement to them, because there are a lot of people who look, frankly, a little shell-shocked right now walking around here who got out of Oroville with probably 5 minutes or less warning.
Yes, and probably don't have a lot of things. We do have nurses if, they didn't get their medications or stuff like that, so we can try to help arrange and work with that kind of stuff. But just come, relax, okay, talk to other people, because other people are in the same situation they are. A lot of people are afraid, frightened, don't know what's going on, and it just helps to be a neighbor.
For those of us joining us in progress on Facebook Live, this is Vern England, and he's a disaster volunteer for the American Red Cross working out of Oroville. And Vern, tell us about how many people would you estimate have checked in here so far? Do you have any numbers yet?
I don't have any numbers at all yet, so we're just starting. So I know that immediately they sent a trailer from Yuba City with 200 cots, and Chico trailer has 150. We have 150 cots from Oroville, so that's the initial 3 trailers out there.
Okay, go ahead. And have you heard about other shelters in Chico?
Not as yet. I'm sure that there's going to be plenty of room for people to come.
Dealing with disaster services, I'm sure there is a disaster plan in Oroville for this type of occasion. Do you think that Oroville was ready for this in terms of planning ahead?
I think that they were the operation. What is it? The emergency operation system. I think it was prepared and had a plan to do this.
Anything else you'd like to share with people who might be in Chico or other parts of Butte County or the North State and want to help? What would you tell them?
Pray.
Are you concerned about your house tonight?
No, my house is above the floodplain level. It's as high as the dam, right close to the dam, but totally safe. And my grandkids are there, and my daughter-in-law's there.
Are they giving you any reports about what it looks like on the ground in Oroville tonight?
Just that it's a gridlock of automobiles, people trying to get out of town.
Yeah. Okay, Vern, thank you for joining us, and I appreciate your words of wisdom and your expertise. So Kelly Som back here live at the commercial building at the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds, where they are setting up dozens and dozens of cots.
Putting material into that hole, whether it's rock, sand, maybe even concrete, whatever they're planning on doing to plug that. So just in case it is like a boil on a levee, they're not having additional erosion come through that way as well. But again, the good news here is that the lake is dropping at a very sustainable level right now. And as we go hour by hour, the threat is decreasing. And the first thing is to stop the overflow on that emergency spillway, which will happen any minute. And the other thing that I want to point out, and I don't think we can stress this strongly enough, is that while 113 is a lot, and that's a lot to send down the Feather River, it is still well within channel capacity, and 113 would not flood Oroville or Gridley or Live Oak or Marysville. This level's okay. If there's the failure and we get higher than 113, that's when we'll get into a problem. But again, 113 is the sustainable amount coming out of there right now. Back to you.
And Mark, I'm just, in watching, you put all this together and seeing how much they're letting out of the lake now, I'm sure there are people who are wondering, why didn't they let this much out much earlier so we wouldn't be in this position?
I think that what they were trying to do is to have as little damage downstream as possible. And I think back on Friday night, they actually decreased the flow from 65 to 55. I may have my numbers wrong, but they decreased it by a little bit Friday night. And they were worried about some of the erosion downstream on this main spillway, if you will. It was on the north side because of some power structures that were there, the towers, the transmission towers that are nearby. by. I think they were seeing some erosion on the north side that could have had some problems there, so they wanted to try to avoid that if they could. And they thought, well, you know, if the water goes over the emergency spillway, that's going to be all right. But I think once they started seeing the situation today, they said, well, you know, whatever, we just have to get as much water out of this as we can. Keep in mind that this spillway, these gates right here, this is the top of the main spillway, this can handle as much as 250,000 CFS. Now, I've never seen them put up that much, and they wouldn't do that because that would exceed the channel capacity down below. But in 1997, they did put up to 160 out of here when they were trying to manage the flows coming through there. But that was just fine on the Feather River below. Yeah, it was scary, but it was, but Oroville was okay. Live Oak, Ridley, they were all okay. The problem we saw in 97 was below Marysville, below Yuba City, when the water combined with everything that was coming out of the Yuba then caused a levee failure down there. But 113, like I said, that's a manageable amount. Now, everybody's going to be able to play Monday morning quarterback with DWR and the folks that run this. You know, they've had to make some tough decisions. Ever since they saw this thing break on Tuesday, you know, we've all been talking in the newsroom that they all just had tough decisions. And they knew that hour by hour that they were running out of options. So it'll be easy to play Monday morning quarterback, but I just got to say that the folks at DWR have just had tough decisions to make all week, and I would not have wanted to be in their position because whatever decision they were going to make, it was going to have some sort of consequence down the road.
Absolutely. And again, they have never used this emergency spillway. So although they can predict some stuff, a lot of it they just didn't know how it was going to hold up. So we're going to go to Mike Lurie now, who is at Plumas Lake. You were with some folks there who were evacuating on many busy highways tonight, Mike.
That's right, Kelly. I'm going to introduce them to you in just a moment here. Let me just set the scene first. This is the Plumas Lake Stop and Shop, and this place has been packed all night long with literally dozens and dozens of cars, people coming in to fill up with gas as they head south on Highway 70 towards Sacramento and Roseville and other locations. People telling us that they are heading anywhere they can for what they think might be a safer location with friends and family. So one of the families that we've met here tonight is actually right over here. We have Amanda and Vanessa. Amanda is a nurse right at Right Out Hospital in Marysville, and you had a little bit of a flat tire here.
Oh, yeah, we came to get gas, and then she was waiting in line for a long time, and then we noticed that her tire was flat, so.
Not a good time when you're trying to evacuate, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I see you brought a lot of your pets here. Tell us who you have.
We have Princess and Twinkie in the car, and then we have 3 dogs and another cat somewhere else in another car.
And you have some other parts of your family that are here as well, right, Vanessa?
Yeah, I have my brother and my dad, and they're in another car over there. They got stuck over there, so yeah.
So you have so many pets that you have 2 cars in order to get everybody out.
Yes. Yep, we have a lot of pets. We have 6 animals. So.
Well, that's important to get them all out. They're part of the family, right?
Yep.
So where are you heading to?
We're headed to Sacramento, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, you have friends, you have family there?
We have a hotel. My parents left early. They were from Live Oak and got evacuated early, so we are heading out there with them.
Well, you're doing the smart thing, is to take precautions, make sure you have a place to stay with your family. And did you have a lot of provisions with you, or you're just sort of getting them as you go?
We picked up and went.
Yeah.
So we have water. That's about it.
Okay, well, that's important. You have your water, you have your family, you have your pets.
Yeah.
So that's 3 check marks. You're all good.
Yeah.
Well, we want to wish you a safe journey and good luck on your visit to Sacramento. Hope it's a safe one for you and your family.
Thank you.
Thank you for talking to us live on Channel 3.
Thank you.
All right, you bet. Take care. So a lot of folks here, we've been getting a lot of stories from people who are, trying to get as far south as they can. There's a pretty good sense of calm with a lot of the folks here, although we are seeing a sense of urgency too with some others, a lot of horn beeping, a lot of people trying to go in, the out exit. So there is a little bit of that, as you might expect in a situation like this, but for the most part, it's been fairly orderly, but busy, as you can see, just, lines and lines of cars all trying to get in, and that direction they're all heading is southbound on Highway 70. So that's the scene from here in Plumas Lake, reporting live from Yuba County. This is Mike Lurie. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, we'll check back in with you in a little bit. And on that note, as you talk to people who are getting their animals out of the way, we have an entire list of evacuation centers on our website that continues to grow. And as we heard earlier, some are for large animals, some are for small animals, some don't take animals, so make sure you check there so you have a plan in place.
Imagine, let's say you had like 20 minutes to get your stuff in your car. That's not
grab
a lot.
My daughter.
That's
some
it.
Snacks, I mean, there's not much you can do.
So these people are probably super worried about if things are going to be okay. So we're thinking about all of them. We're now into our starting our fourth hour of our continuing coverage of the emergency at the Oroville Auxiliary Spillway. We'll be right back.
Is running the operation out of here for now, and let's see.
Well, in that region, in your region, what locations are there for evacuation centers?
Well, the major evacuation center, the one that we know is open and operating right now, is at the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds.
Right.
And that's at the 2357 Fair Street in Chico.
Gotcha. And how many different shelters does the American Red Cross have are using because of this event?
That's kind of an unlimited number. We as a year, we have a list of shelters that have been surveyed, and we know what they have as far as how they're able to accommodate.
We will keep updating those locations, but the final question I have is, what can people bring and what can they not bring besides animals?
Besides what?
What can people bring and not bring besides animals?
Well, one of the things that the Red Cross does not do well, we don't do well accepting clothing, for example. If they have clothing that people want to donate to the evacuees, then that should go to another organization, such as Goodwill or the Salvation Army.
Okay, Keith Wakely, we want to thank you for your time, the Public Information Officer with the American Red Cross. Thank you so much for your time. That was Heath Wakely, the Public Information Officer of the American Red Cross. Again, if you are evacuating or you know somebody who is evacuating, you are not to bring a pet. You will not be admitted unless it's a service animal. Emergency evacuations ordered around 4:15. And are we ready for Taylor right now? Taylor Torregano, who's been covering this story since day one, joins us live. Taylor.
So I'm in front of the Visitor Center. We just finished hearing from Sheriff Corey Honey here. He first spoke to the media and then he spoke to the community, saying he also wanted to let everybody know what's going on. Initially what happened was the emergency spillway that is next to the primary spillway was releasing the overflow of water from Lake Oroville. The lake can get up to 901 foot elevation before the water automatically starts pouring over that emergency spillway. So that was going on as normal. The flows to the primary spillway were also releasing at 55,000 cubic feet per centimeter when a hole started to form in the emergency spillway near the top. So to help explain it a little bit better, actually a firefighter with CAL FIRE said you can compare it to a water hose shooting down into soil. If you can see that pressure of water going down directly into some soil, you can see just how much of a hole that could form, and that's what happened here. So DWR saw this. They did anticipate initially that the erosion from that hole would spread a lot faster, a lot quicker, and with that continuous downpour of water, they did anticipate that it would be a little bit more of an issue. They did say now that the good news is that the water has not been as, the water hasn't caused as much of an erosion as once thought. So Sheriff Corioni said that he was really just trying to be proactive, get in front of the situation and make sure to protect all the lives of everybody south of Oroville. So that's why he did make that decision to go forward with that evacuation. But I want to speak to Chris Orrick. He's actually a public information officer with the Sacramento office of DWR. Hi, Chris.
Hi, good evening.
So So he's kind of just been giving us a little bit of information as this whole situation unfolded from Tuesday when the hole formed. Chris, just tell me a little bit about what the condition of the emergency spillway is now.
Well, about 3:30, as you saw during the press conference, we saw that there was increased erosion in the uncontrolled, unlined spillway. It was at that point in time that we formed a unified command with our local sheriff, with the emergency medical system, and with our other partners, and decided that to side on caution. The safety of the public is our number one priority during this whole thing, and that's when the evacuation order was issued. So since then, through our observation, we've noticed that hole in the emergency spillway, the erosion, has slowed its progression, and we believe through the options that we've taken to mitigate the flow down there, increase the flow on the damaged gated spillway, that we're able to lower the level of the reservoir down enough so that eventually that emergency spillway will not have water flowing over it. We're also having helicopters that will be dropping rock into that area that eroded to help if any more water flows down there, it'll hit the rock and hopefully go over that area and not cause any further erosion.
And those helicopters are doing that now?
We saw the helicopters fly overhead a little bit ago. I believe they went to the area to pick up the rock, and they'll be coming back with that.
Okay. If we could just give the viewers a little bit more information about worst case scenario, say that erosion does continue, do you know what would happen?
There is a possible, if the erosion continues through the uncontrolled spillway and we have a breach, it will go through into the reservoir and we'll have an uncontrolled release of water into the community.
Okay. Anything else to add as far as what the community can expect for the future?
No, I mean, once again, their safety is our number one priority. That's why we issued the evacuation order. We'll continue with the evacuation order in place until we're assured that they could come back to their homes and be safe.
Thank you so much. We are expecting another press conference coming up at 9 p.m., so we will keep you updated. For now, though, back to you.
Thank you very much, Taylor, for our reporting. One thing we should mention, two things we need to mention that are important. One is that there's no evidence that there's anything structurally wrong with the dam itself. Some people would question maybe that would be the case. They say no. And number two, the evacuations are indefinite. When people leave, they're not going to be allowed to get back in until it's determined that the spillway or the situation is at least safe. And what's worrisome is that we've been hearing that by the middle of the week, in the next 3 days, we could be seeing more rain and perhaps maybe those levels in the reservoir growing even more and maybe more spillage. So the issue is now a matter of the evacuations have happened, how long will they continue, and much of that could be determined by the forecast. Let's get the very latest from one of our meteorologists, Jeremy Linder. Jeremy, what can you tell us about that? I know that has to be a big concern for people at the DWR right now.
Yeah, it is, Jerry. They're dealing with a lot of these conditions right now on a dry day where temperatures jumped up well above average, and now we just have a whole nother system coming into play. I do want to point out, though, one key feature. This is the latest forecast that came down from the California-Nevada River Forecast Center, and this is particularly at the Feather River at Gridley. The key thing to keep an eye on is even with the CFS, the outflow all the way up to 100,000 CFS, the forecast as of right now for the Feather River at Gridley is just above the monitor stage. It's actually expected to peak about 95.1 feet. You don't even start to see any minor flooding until about 96 feet. What's happening is it's that uncertainty right now with the emergency spillway. If anything happens and we continue to have more water heading down into stream, that's where the major flooding is going to come into play, and one of the reasons why we have that flash flood warning. The key there is flash flood, where it could hit in a moment and very quickly we could have a whole nother situation in store. Now, we are keeping an eye on the lake levels at Oroville Dam. Right now, it's about 0.35 feet above that emergency spillway, so it is continuing to drop. Their outflows is about twice what's coming in from snowmelt, so that's going to continue to help those lake levels dip back down, but we're still above by 21,000 acre feet. That's above what's normal capacity if we were at perfectly 100%. So all of that is starting to work its way downstream. There's that flash flood warning again in the area shaded in red. That includes portions of Gridley, East Biggs, Palermo, Oroville, Thermalito. That lasts all the way till 4:15 Monday afternoon. And like Jerry mentioned earlier, we're going to continue to keep an eye on the potential for flooding, not only with the runoff and the snow melt that we're seeing right now. In fact, a flood warning throughout the area is still in place through 9:15 Monday. But now all eyes will go towards the middle of the week with our next storm system. Precision Cast is still staying dry on Tuesday, but temperature-wise, we're still in the 60s, flirting near 70 by the beginning of the work week. So a lot more snow melt's going to start coming into play. Wednesday morning is the next system. It's going to remain off of the coast, but by Wednesday night into Thursday, all of that moisture will start to work its way in. Snow levels even estimating fairly high, so that means more snow melt to start off. Eventually, those levels will continue to drop by about Thursday when we're still seeing a little bit of lingering moisture, but a lot of rainfall still potentially headed our way, not only for the valley, but the mountains, and that all works its way into the local lakes. Very unsettled, not only for the tail end of the week, but heading into the following weekend as well. So a lot of dangers that we're going to keep you on top of. We'll continue to alert you to the potential as we go through. A reminder, Monday, I have our alert level at a medium because of those high river levels, not only along the Feather River, but we're seeing some very high levels along the Sacramento River as well, and both of those merge as it continues to head downstream. Tuesday, we'll have to monitor that and see if we need to bump it up, but by Wednesday, all eyes are on that next storm system that could potentially bring several inches of rainfall again, not only for the week, but through the weekend as well, which is a whole nother issue when it comes to flooding. Jerry?
Hey, sorry, Jeremy, it's Brent. Jerry's got to take a break. We're just handing this off to keep everyone up to date. Now, we do want to underscore what Jeremy has been talking about, that we have seen some decrease in the levels, so that is good. The good news is there has been a helicopter overview of the scenario, and they're not seeing extensively significant new damage as feared to the spillway. Clearly, this has never happened before. Let's underscore that, folks. This is historic. In the 48 years, this spillway has never been used. So all things being equal, it is doing its job. The evacuation was called in advance, but we do want everyone to understand what we were told earlier when we spoke with the Butte County Sheriff on the phone, and he made it very clear, and it has been made very clear by others involved in this scenario, that the dam and the spillway are completely separate, and the spillway, the dam itself is not in jeopardy. The dam itself is not showing any signs of any problems. So we do want to bring you up to date on places that you're going. We do have several emergency shelters and locations that have been open. We are trying to keep those posted here and in other places as best we can. Let's see where we're going to go. We have operation, again, emergency spillway operations going and evacuation. It's south of Chico. And now we can see the centers, the Paradise Veterans Hall, and that's off of 6550 Skyway in Paradise, Tehama District Fairground, Antelope Boulevard in Red Bluff. This is some information that has just been confirmed here recently. We also saw on Glenn County's Facebook page that their fairgrounds are also open to the public as of 7:30, so you can go there. But then again, also Rolling Hills RV Park.
I mean, basically,
Glenn County Fairgrounds is not?
I don't.
Okay. Glenn County is Tehama County Fairgrounds. We're still trying to get confirmation of that. We did see on Tehama County's Twitter feed that that is a possibility. As soon as we get that confirmation, we will. Best news is we are experiencing backup, but all major roadways out of the Oroville area are going northbound only, and that certainly is helping with traffic. We do have a word of hot food for folks involved in the evacuation evacuation, the immediate evacuation from the low levels of Oroville and areas downstream of the Oroville Dam spillway. Hot food at 1184 East Avenue at a church, and we are seeing hot food being prepared, and that's going to be something that we have heard the emergency folks tell us in their Facebook Lives, and also we're seeing if anyone does have the ability in those areas to contact 211, let them know. Dial 211 in Butte County, let them know if you have an ability to help out with food, and there are folks that Kelly Somm told us many people just got in their cars and left when the evacuation order came, which is the right thing to do, and they didn't have evening clothing. They may have left in their own pajamas or their shorts or whatever they were wearing. So keep that in mind. We have some new information. The superintendent of schools in the Oroville area is saying right now schools will be closed in Oroville, in the Oroville area. The superintendent of schools is telling us schools will be closed. So if you had that in mind, don't worry, kids. If you got a test tomorrow, you're okay. There's one key element of all of this is that the Butte County Sheriff told us that this was his decision, that he felt he wanted to get ahead of any evacuation need. He did not want his citizenry or the citizens in areas around Feather River, Gridley, Biggs, Yuba City, La Marica, those areas. He wanted those folks to know, let's get moving out, let's be safe in the event that we see quote-unquote a catastrophic failure. It is now looking as though some of the earlier fears that the emergency spillway erosion, that severe erosion, was going to lead to a catastrophic failure, which they did not define what that means, but they were speaking directly of the spillway and the emergency spillway, not the dam itself. I don't want to say that they have backed off saying that there will be no catastrophic failure. Clearly, we have all of these elements dealing with H2O converging here. We have, as we spoke earlier today, I don't want to be flippant about it, but it is almost a perfect storm of tests of this dam and the spillways. It certainly is historic. We've never seen it before all come together as it has. There are no reports of injuries at this point in time. There are no reports of severely damaged homes or structures. When we do get that information, we will let you know. We will say that you are being told to get out. Earlier at the press conference, we were told by authorities that sheriffs and other deputies are out, and they are going to residents in the area and helping make sure that people are evacuating. They are telling you this isn't one of those scenarios where you can ride it out. Don't ride it out. You are going to be asked to leave. And they were earlier making their way to homes and businesses that were closest to the spillway. But you will see some authorities out on the street. Please stay clear of emergency vehicles. And as you're making your way out of town, we're keeping an eye on the Caltrans pages. We can just simply tell you that everything's going to be slow. 70 and 99, 149, those are all northbound only now out of Oroville. There are some options. You probably know your other options. 162 might be an option to 70 going the other way. But you are not getting into Oroville. If you know someone that you've now been able to contact, dial 211. Try not to use emergency 911. Keep those lines open for what's going on. We have been speaking with quite a few folks, and they're posting on our Facebook page as well, and we appreciate them letting us know that there are some areas and there are individuals that are opening up their personal property to those who need to get out and find a place in high ground. Shannon Meads was a man who called us earlier and posted on his Facebook page that he was opening his property to RV evacuees, as we try to keep all of this information going to you. For those of you who have just joined us, a hazardous situation developed late this afternoon when it became evident with helicopters and with monitoring at the Oroville Dam spillway and emergency spillway that there would be essentially a breach of water, that for the first time in the history of that spillway, it would go over 901 feet, and that water would begin going over the emergency spillway, which it did. The sheriff of Butte County, Sheriff Honey, then made the decision not that long after, once he had gotten word that there was concern over a potential catastrophic failure due to severe erosion around the structure of the spillway and the emergency spillway, what you're seeing in the spectacular footage. It also could be possibly because of increased water releases up to 100,000 cubic feet per second. Basically, they are testing that side of that dam the best they can. They are testing that spillway with all they've got. We were told at the press conference also that they believe they could release as much as 120,000 to 125,000 cubic feet per second, but they don't want to do that. They are hoping that the continuing lower levels that we are seeing, and Jeremy's been keeping us up to date, Rob Elvington is here helping as well, and we've got reporters that are out on the scene. Again, getting back to what we were told at a press conference earlier, that and we were told by the sheriff that they were going to be bringing in helicopters that will be dropping heavy rocks and filler, essentially to help to shore up the area on the evacuation of the spillway. So when we get more information about that, that should be happening. They should be dropping those rocks. We were told that would be happening early this evening. They do have lights on the area. It is heavily monitored. We also received information earlier that the governor's office and of course they are asking for emergency assistance from anywhere they can get it right now. There are ambulances coming down from Shasta County and more. So we're going to bring you some more. And right now, Eric C. from the Division of Water Resources is going to join our Taylor Torregano right now, and we're going to send it to Taylor and Eric C. with the very latest. Guys?
I'm here at the Visitor Center, and we haven't gotten another update since we talked to Sheriff Corey Honey, but I do have Public Information Officer Eric C. here with me. He's actually the PIO of the Oroville office. And Eric, I know we've already kind of reiterated exactly what happened, but maybe you can tell me from an engineer's point of view what this hole is all about.
Well, it's a head cut that is a type of erosion feature that moves in an upstream direction. It's caused by water flowing downstream, and but it causes erosion that works in an upstream direction. And so the concern was that the head cut was close enough to the auxiliary spillway structure that it could undermine the foundation of the structure, and there could be a failure of the structure. And that was why that information was provided to Sheriff Honey, and he decided that it was necessary to do the evacuation order.
Okay. And at this point, it's not as progressive as initially thought, correct?
That is correct. So one of the responses that the Department of Water Resources decided, and keep in mind that when I say the Department of Water Resources, right now there's not just Department of Water Resources dam safety engineers. There are engineers from the California Division of Safety of Dams, which is a regulatory agency, and also the Federal Energy Regulatory Agency. So it's it's a coordinated effort to try to come up with a solution for what's going on with Lake Oroville right now. So what they did was we increased the releases over the primary spillway. They were at 55,000 cubic feet per second. They increased them to 100,000 cubic feet per second. So the lake was already slowly receding, but that accelerated it dramatically. That doubled the outflow over the spillway. So what that did was that brings the surface of Lake Oroville down, and what they wanted to bring that surface down below the lip of the auxiliary structure, so that way the water was no longer flowing, because it's the water that's causing the erosion. So this way you stop the erosion by turning off the water source. So there's still water pressure pushing on that structure, so they're going to continue to and this is information I had before I came up here 2 hours ago. So but this is the plan is to continue to reduce the water, to reduce the pressure or lower the water level to reduce the pressure on that structure, and be able to effect repairs. Now that the water's not on that structure, it's going to dry out, or at least there's not going to be flowing water, and so we can start getting assets in there to start effecting a repair. We've heard some large helicopters flying over. I know that was one of the things they were talking about when I left, was getting helicopters up to this huge construction helicopters that can lift these large bags of rock, these giant bags of rock, and place them in the erosion feature. This is similar to what you do when you are doing a levee fix, and so there's people have experience with this type of thing.
As far as where the release is now? I know it was at 55,000, but is it up more? Is it less?
Yeah,
Oh,
so-
it was 100,000. I'm sorry.
Yes, it was 55,000 cubic feet per second today, and they ramped it up very quickly to 100,000 cubic feet per second to, again, lower Lake Oroville even faster. The lake was actually, today, for most of the day, things were pretty stable, and the lake was lowering. The water that was flowing over the auxiliary spillway was lowering, and now this happens, but they brought the lake down very quickly. I will say that 100,000 cubic feet per second is a lot of water, but it's not as much as we released in 1997, which was 150,000 cubic feet per second. In 97, so anyways, that was the flow in 97. Since that time, there's been a lot of levee improvements in the area, but the channel capacity was designed to handle 150,000 CFS down the Feather River.
Okay. And is that water still, really quick, just going over that emergency spillway?
Before I left to go up here to do the press conference, they were saying that within the hour they expected the water level to get below the top of that emergency spillway, and that was now we're about 2 hours out. So I assume that it's already the water's already down below the lip, and that the water has stopped.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So that's the latest we have from Eric C. We also have a press conference coming up at 9 p.m., so I will have the latest with that. For now, I'm Taylor Torgano, live in Oroville. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Taylor. Our meteorologists are looking. When we do get the update on the water level, we'll let you know the minute it comes down to us, and our fingers are crossed. And let's be honest, this is not going to be an overnight scenario with the other situations that we're talking about relating to weather and melting snow and things of that nature. Now, DWR, as you heard, increased the water flow. This is some helicopter footage from earlier today, and that's a great look at what that emergency spillway has done. Let's point out that over about a 2-day period, there were crews out there ripping out trees, making sure that where you see white water going down right now, much of that had to be cleared of debris, of trees, of things that might have created downstream clogging and issues. They worked very hard. We spoke with construction crews and people that were working overnight on Wednesday, Thursday nights, and it looked like, all things being honest here, that emergency spillway is working. This is the first time it has ever reached that point. And we do want to let you know that if you're not aware, an emergency evacuation was ordered late this afternoon. We heard, and we've spoken several times with Sheriff Honey. We heard from several officials, and we will continue to do that. After a hazardous situation developed at the Oroville Dam spillway, of course, you may recall that early in the morning yesterday morning, for the first time, it went over 901 feet, and that was historic, the first time the spillway went. So we're going to bring you up to date on some evacuations and places that you can go and some of the things that are being offered. We do want to say that you do need to be evacuating. If you have not already evacuated, you certainly should be out of the areas south of the Oroville Dam, and we're talking about around the Feather River, Gridley, Biggs, Yuba City. Those areas should also have moved out. There are many places that you can go. Silver Dollar Fairgrounds in Chico, and I'm going to kind of wait on to see what we get from on our latest graphic, because much of this is coming in as in my ears, as you can see, just like in the movies. This is the way we do it here when we're bringing you the live information. I'm trying to express to you the calm that has been expressed to us. They're not fibbing to us. They're telling us what's going on now, and that is the critical aspect. There are experts from pretty much everywhere. There has also been requests of the from Washington to get immediate assistance wherever we can get it, and as we get more of that information, we will have it for you. Butte County Superintendent of Schools has called for the following schools tomorrow: Bangor Union Elementary School District, Biggs Unified School District, Durham Unified School District, Feather Falls Union Elementary School District, Golden Feather Union Elementary School District. These are all closures. Gridley Unified School District, Manzanita Elementary School District, Oroville Elementary School District, Oroville Union High School District, Palermo Union Elementary School District, Pioneer Union Elementary School District, Thermalito Union Elementary School District in Butte County. All the Butte County Office of Education offices will also be closed tomorrow. Butte County Office of Education offices and schools in Oroville will also be closed. And I can honestly tell you that if in doubt, you can tell your teachers that Mr. Weber told you it's okay. But in all seriousness, if in doubt, we will keep those updated. We will bring you more information, and we'll have it on our website as well. The Executive Director of Butte 211, 24-hour public information helpline, got in touch with us, and they are taking calls. They are ready to assist. If you have questions, you're being asked not to call 911 unless it is a true emergency, because they can help you with landline cell phone calls. Yuba and Sutter residents can also call a back line here that you're going to see, 866-916-3566. We'll let you take a second to jot that down if you need to. But those of you who are in Butte County, you can just dial 211 if you have questions about where you can go, what you should do. We can tell you that you will not be allowed back in right away, and that is clearly something that's going to be an evolving situation. Many of the places that we've been listing for emergency for shelters and places for you to go are not allowing animals, but there are some that are allowing large animals, and we will bring you some of that information. One of those places is Camlet Equestrian Park on Clark Road is a large animal shelter, so there are some places, and we will bring you that. Associated Press is reporting right now that 130,000 people are being evacuated. My understanding is they've been asked to be evacuated, and in the process of being evacuated. So if you're on one of those roads, folks, take your time. Water's not going to come splashing down the hill at you while you're driving out. It is not that type of an emergency situation, but it is an emergency evacuation order to get you out before there are any greater water releases or issues downstream. We have been told that some of the earlier erosion has slowed a bit. That was told to us. It was not eroding near the emergency spillway, just to the offside to the left of what you would see where the main spillway is. That was eroding dramatically and eroding over by the emergency spillway. And so some of that has not continued at the pace that it was eroding earlier. That is good news. That is good news. Have we seen that number yet, Jeremy?
Not yet.
Not yet. So we're looking any minute now to see where the water level is sitting. The good news is we're being told right about now, the estimates were that we might be seeing it go down a little bit more, and that is all very, very good news. We did mention to you earlier that the Glenn County Fairgrounds were offering shelter there. That's at 221 East Yolo Street. So if you're in one of the roads that's going in that direction, that's the Glenn County Fairgrounds. They are accepting some emergency evacuations. We were told earlier today the hospitals are okay, but they are not accepting non-emergency patients at Oroville Hospital. We did call into that. They are, of course, taking emergency patients. Of course, we also have noticed on our Twitter feed that several of the municipalities, Shasta County was sending down some ambulances that they've mobilized the Oroville area. And our producer, can you repeat that to me, Ashley? It's going to bring us, we want to check in again. We did hear earlier from CAL FIRE, from Eric C. With DWR, from the Sheriff Honey at a press conference. We'll have another one coming up at 9. They have monitors on both spillways that they are keeping an eye on. They have hydrologists. They have specialists not just from this area, but from all over California and national levels who are weighing in. And I have to tell you, it is very impressive. We do want to remind you that they did tell us, we did hear many people saying to be calm, that there was no imminent, there was no guarantee there was going to be an evacuation, but we were told on Friday, and we reported it to you here, that you were being urged to prepare to get out. And I'm not trying to tell you if you didn't, that's a problem. What I am trying to tell you is we did get that word from the sheriff and from others on Friday, and we appreciated that, and hopefully that has helped to make this a more orderly scenario. Still, until it happens, we understand, and that's why we're going to be here with you to bring you the very, very latest information that we possibly can. There will be more helicopters flying over that area. We do not have, this is not a live shot, but helicopters are dropping into this area, and it's really fascinating. And you heard Eric C. mention this again a moment ago. That no, he's still shaking his head. We're still waiting. They're going to come in, but he's looking for them. But we were told that they are going to be bringing in helicopters, as they would even for fire scenarios, and they are dropping essentially sandbags, some filled perhaps with rocks, we were told earlier by the sheriff, that will be there to help to direct the flow and reduce dangerous erosion and runoff. There will be erosion and runoff. This is all the models in the world that scientists can bring you cannot predict 100% accurately. And at this point, it is very important to point out that the dam itself has shown no evidence or signs of any structural scenarios, any difficulties. The dam itself is fine. But obviously the spillway, the main spillway that had suffered those huge gaping holes that built up as they had to increase water flow, and then splash flow, downflow, off flow from that had begun to erode to the side near the emergency spillway. By the way, those are not official terms. I just kind of made those up because you could understand what we're talking about. And Jerry Lennon is also, he's been on this and lives closer to that area, and he'll be coming in to take over for us here in a second and bring you any of the other information we've got in the newsroom. But then we saw the erosion once Saturday morning. The emergency spillway went into use for the first time in half a century. And we are in the business right now of just trying to deliver you that information. This will be one that scientists and experts will be piecing together for quite some time. We do know that they do have some scenarios for repairing the spillway when they're able to do that. It's scientific stuff, and some of it is they can't repair anything right now when that water is flowing at more than 100,000 cubic feet per second over the main spillway, and the auxiliary spillway is taking essentially every drop of water that is over 901 feet at that next highest point. And that is where we are. So Jeremy's continuing to look at it. He's refreshing and still not getting any new information. Jeremy, you want to hop in front of the green screen here for us in a second, or do you want to just wait that out?
Give me a few minutes.
We want Jeremy's staying on it. Jerry and I are going to swap microphones. Are you good? No, we got to. I'm going to give him the other microphone on the other side of the desk. See, here's the truth of it is Jeremy is like 4 inches taller than me, so I have to raise the chair. Now his chair is lowered. One of the questions I know that we've been getting a lot of. Let me get another chair here. Sorry about that, Jerry. Okay. Obviously, both Rob Elvington and Jeremy Linder are, if we can get a shot, I don't know if you can get a shot of them, just see them. We're going to get a shot of you guys just working. We're just going to get a shot of them working. They're not ready to talk yet while Jerry is, but you can kind of get a look at Shane, our videographer, our photographer out here with the camera, man. He's spinning around in circles like he's swirling down the river there.
Yeah, it is. One of the questions I know that people we've gotten some questions. I don't know whether we've gotten this confirmed yet or not, Brent. I know we're going to find this out. I think there has been some questions on whether or not the jail has been evacuated and where those prisoners would go. We're still waiting to find that out. I believe we're going to try to get that question asked at the press conference. I think that's a question that people are concerned about, and actually an interesting one as well. We're trying to find out about school closures as well. Now, the last we've heard, we got it from one administrator, that 12 of 14 schools will be closed in Butte County tomorrow. Now, we're trying to get that verified.
And you can take a look, and I'll bring you up to date on that here, too.
I believe we still don't know whether or not Bangor, Pleasant Valley High School, and Paradise High School are still on hold at this point. And you may have already reported that.
We had the list, but It looked like, I even gave the kids permission not to go to school tomorrow. I don't want to go off.
I know one 15-year-old boy who's probably hoping that Pleasant Valley High School is kept out of school as well tomorrow. But and we try to be lighter in the moment, but this is obviously a very serious situation.
Right, and one that has been made very, very clear. I was keeping an eye earlier, and I haven't looked lately at the Caltrans and CHP, just looking at the highways, and clearly it's bumper to bumper going. All the lanes are north now on the major thoroughfares. But fortunately, we haven't seen any major accidents or chain reaction accidents, and that's good news. So people are being somewhat calm, trying to get out of the area as the emergency evacuations orders.
You know, this is a case really where it's better safe than sorry, because I think there's always second guessing, and I know sometimes in this coverage, I've had people be critical, saying, well, and I've heard people were critical of Bill Conley, saying, well, he's too early to blame, DWR for what happened. And so some people, are upset about that. And to a degree, that's true, but I think there's still many people who are going to maybe even question now, and I don't think it would be right to do so. Some people are going to say, well, maybe we overreacted. I don't think so for a second, but this was apparently Corey Honey's decision, and he decided to err on the side of caution. I don't think anybody's going to question that. The issue, though, now is, when will these people be allowed to return to their homes? We're talking about a weather system that's going to be coming in on Wednesday that's going to make these levels go. And I think the last count at 7 o'clock, it was like 901.
And the guys they're waiting for it to update.
At it right now, we're going to get those updated numbers. But if it depends on how much rain there is, if there's going to be more snow melt that's going to come down. Are we going to see is this thing going to continue? And I think we could maybe find out from Jeremy Linder over in the First Alert Weather Center. I think we're already looking ahead to the next couple of days, because we have some dry weather, Jeremy, if I'm right, for a few more days. But then Wednesday, what are we in store for?
Yeah, Jerry, while it's been really nice today and yesterday, by Wednesday, it's all going to change with our next storm system quickly approaching, and that's going to bring more rainfall. Meteorologist Rob Elvington right now is in the First Alert Weather Center trying to gather some of the numbers of exactly how much rainfall we're expecting. But we do have an update coming from Lake Oroville as far as the level of the lake. We are now just 0.02 feet from that 901 foot mark where the emergency spillway is. So we're just above that. It's gradually been dropping, but we're still seeing a little uncontrolled water actually working its way up and over the spillway. But like we heard earlier from the Department of Water Resources, it needs to drop even more. Help to get some of that pressure. We're also still seeing a light east to southeast wind in the Oroville area. So the wind driven could help actually some waves breach that emergency spillway and continue to see some water work its way down even after we dip below 901 feet. We're still well above average. In fact, 16,000 acre feet of water is where we're above for total capacity. So still well over 100%. We're still keeping an eye on the potential for some flooding. Flash flood warning still in effect through 4:15 tomorrow afternoon for the areas highlighted in red. I want to point out some of the key areas. That includes Gridley, East Biggs, Palermo, Oroville, Thermalita as well. We're going to continue to watch for this potential. Like Jerry mentioned, we just have a whole nother system working its way through. So here's Oroville, here's the Feather River, there's the dam. All of this water is going to be quickly moving its way through from the dam down the river. And as it works its way in, it's going to look for the lowest possible spot, and that's where the water is going to go. So quickly things are going to spread out from there. That's where the majority of our flooding will start. But then it's going to creep as the water continues to flow. It's 1,000 cubic feet per second is what we're seeing the outflows right now. But we're also still seeing some snow melt. We mentioned earlier with the nice weather we've had today, that continues going into tomorrow. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on this potential. We're not the only ones, though. The entire North State is looking for that potential for flooding. We have an overall small stream flood warning still in effect through 9:15 Monday. And then all eyes will go back to that as we head with that next system by Wednesday. So quick update with our threat tracker, still in the medium category for tomorrow because of the river levels being very high. By Tuesday, we'll continue to see those start to drop. We'll keep an eye on if we need to bump that up or not. But then Wednesday, even though we're low right now, by Wednesday night, that's the time framing of the next system, and that's going to bring a lot more rainfall back into the North State, not only for the valley, but the mountains as well. Jerry, Brent?
If I could ask Jeremy a question, and I don't want to play stump the weather forecaster, that's not my intent, but is there a way that you could look at things and say, okay, given the snow melt and given the amount of rain that's expected, what that could do to add to the dam? I know that's many people's questions, but that might be a difficult one to answer. So again, I don't want to play stump the forecaster, but give it a shot.
No, and that one is, there's a lot of factors that do play into that, Jerry, and what we could be seeing is several inches potentially working its way in with that snow melt. If you look at the water equivalent from the station index across the Sierra, there's a lot of water there. And it may take a while for that to gradually be melting and work its way through. So very tough question, a lot of math and a lot of science behind that. That's, of course, one of the factors that the Department of Water Resources is definitely looking into right now as they project forward with this next system to find out how much more room that they need so this doesn't happen again.
That is hope for the best.
Wow, something else. At least 130,000 people have been asked to evacuate over concerns about the dam's emergency spillway. That includes folks from, of course, Oroville, Gridley, Live Oak, Marysville, Wheatland, Yuba City, Plumas Lake, and Olivehurst, all under evacuation orders. And Jerry, we were talking about this earlier. I think one of the biggest concerns right now, and again, not knowing this part of the preparation picture, they told us as a group that people please be prepared, but there is some confusion over what is open and what isn't as a place for people to go and when they're leaving, and that's been a bit of an issue. For example, we just saw that apparently Tehama County Fairgrounds are not being opened at this time as an emergency shelter. That doesn't mean it couldn't possibly happen, but folks just need to know where to go.
And I know the best, we've been, when we first went on the air about 4 hours ago, we had like a list of evacuation centers. We had like 2 or 3. The number has grown so large that the best thing we would advise you to do is go to krcrtv.com. We have a list of them there because it seems to be fluctuating. Okay, go ahead.
Fantastic. These are live pictures from Fox 40 in Sacramento that are going, that we're looking at right now. So that's some of, I'm guessing, some of the boulders and things that they're trying to drop in by helicopter. You see the big bags. They're going to put those boulders and sand in those bags. They will drop those from helicopters into the spillway area to try to direct water to reduce erosion in whatever areas they can, and I guess this works, I guess.
I was at that exact location on Friday, I believe, if the memory serves right. That picture, and just to the left, I believe, is where you'll find some helicopters. Now, as the crow flies, that spot right there is probably 1.5 miles from where the spillway is located. Yeah, and I think you're right. That is apparently what they're going to do to try to get that water diverted and try to have it go into a certain direction. It's fascinating. If it wasn't such a tragedy, and if so many lives weren't affected, there is so many things in this, Brent, that is so interesting to see how these men and women do their jobs and do it just on a moment's notice, under extreme pressure with lives at stake. It's amazing to watch. It's just a shame that we have to watch. It would be so much better if this was just like something, a made-for-TV event.
Right.
The fact that their real lives being affected. And you talked about how many people evacuated? 130,000
estimated right now have been asked to evacuate, and we could, who knows, we could see more. But as we saw from Jeremy, the area where the water will fan out, not knowing the future. I think to your point, the way that other municipalities in the North State, the way that Shasta County immediately, there were emergency vehicles coming down to assist, the way we've seen other counties opening up, we've seen churches, we've seen neighbors saying, hey, I've got room on my property, posting it on Facebook for people to go. And so far we have no reports of injuries, and that's the best thing to hear.
It's so great, Brett, because what you do is you see so many people have different skill sets to bring to a story like this, to bring to an event. These men and women, they have certain abilities. The people over at the, caring for people in need over with the American Red Cross, everybody rallying around and doing what they do best to try to make the situation, better for everybody else. But I guess what still is going to be the big question is, how long is the city of Oroville going to be closed up?
Yeah.
I mean, basically, Oroville and other cities are going to be out of business for a while because nobody's going to be allowed to go back in for a certain period of time.
And we are hearing, Jerry, if you want to this is from Fox 40. We are hearing from them. They're reporting that the jail is being evacuated. We don't have more details, and you were discussing that just a moment ago.
Right. And that's probably going to close up because that's right next to the courthouse. It's next to the district attorney's office. It's over on County Center Road. So I would imagine all of the office buildings, and this isn't confirmed yet, but if they're pulling people out of the jail, which is a little bit lower than some of the, I will grant you that the jail is on lower ground than where the district attorney's office is and some of the county office buildings are. They're up higher. It'll be interesting to find out whether or not they're going to decide to actually close those as well. But I would say the elevation is higher. They're on a slight hill, but the jail is down in a lower, I guess, gully. I guess the word that comes to mind, a little lower. So perhaps that's why it was necessary.
And again, we're looking at that earlier was live. Now, this is earlier today, footage from a helicopter of cars leaving, getting out of Oroville. And you saw, if you've just joined us, and I went hiking today, Jerry, but fortunately I still got my alert while I was out at Whiskeytown. But if you've just joined us, and Jerry has been here throughout all of this, shortly after 4 o'clock, I guess, we got the word there was going to be an emergency evacuation. And I will say the spillway is working. I used the word saying there was a spillway failure. That was not accurate, but it is a very endangered spillway. It's taking all it can, and I think it's fair to say that it's being pushed to its limits.
You know, when we first got this, we actually we took an extra time before we actually put what we call a lower third crawl, which is what you see underneath the screen announcing it, because we hear so much about people pulling pranks, fake news. Let's send something out. And so we actually called a couple of people to make sure to get this verified that this wasn't a fake email. Because, you know what, because in a sense, it was almost hard to believe. Especially considering that we'd heard that this was probably not going to happen, that it actually did. And then at the bottom of the statement, the bottom of it said, this is an evacuation order, the first thing, and this came from the Department of Water Resources, and then it made the announcement, which we've been repeating throughout the evening, and that they were going to increase water releases to 100,000 cubic feet per second, etc. And then at the very bottom, this is not, in all caps, N-O-T in all caps, a drill. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. And it was still kind of almost hard to believe. It was like, we've got to make sure that this has actually happened, that this isn't a prank. And unfortunately, it's not a prank, and this is actually happening now.
Because that was, what, 34, or I'm doing my math, maybe 34 hours since the water first began going over on Saturday morning. It was 8 o'clock or in that area, wasn't it? And so, we're thinking, well, it's working well. And then the sheriff made the decision. He just felt, once he heard the words, the possible catastrophic failure of Spillway area, I think he just said it's not worth risking people's lives. And that's what he told us on the phone.
Yeah, and the erosion apparently down at the base of the spillway, which has caused so much concern, as I know you've reported so many times.
But let's look at that. And whatever comes up through that erosion is going into that river, and that, of course, is where they can somewhat, we know the control is there, but what comes over the spillway is not controlled. Now, Jerry, you were out there, the emergency spillway, you were there, and I'm pretty sure you were there when they were knocking trees out, trying to get as much debris, anything that would clog the river, they were pulling it out for a couple of days.
Yeah, they actually started that on Thursday evening, and I was there on Friday during the day, and just going over the dam, just one truck after another, trying to clear that out. And you have to wonder if it could have been even worse if they hadn't done that work in advance. But one of the things we keep hearing about, and we heard it from Congressman LaMalfa, is this is a structure that was built in was built, I can't remember how many years it took to build, but it was finished in 1968, I believe October of 68, I might have that wrong, I believe that's when it was, but it's an old structure, and many of the, Mr. LaMalfa was saying many of the way it's built is, if you were to build one nowadays, it would be built much differently. But he emphasized that he believed that the integrity of the dam itself is safe. There's no cause for concern. So that's a relief. If we could just get the rain to stop, but that would help.
Yes, it would. We had a fascinating story, and while Jerry's doing that, I was actually trying to pull up the script of a fascinating story that we ran on Friday night about the history of the building of this dam, and there were dozens of people who died during the construction of it. There were explosions. It was almost as if it were somewhat doomed in the beginning. In the beginning, the dam had to be opened. The spillway had to be opened the first time manually because they did not have it ready to go electrically, and so it was a fascinating story that we saw, and it's a long history. We just never knew, and not trying to play scientist here, this is very serious stuff, but no one knew what would happen when we reached the point of yesterday, and since that time, and we are now experiencing it and changing. I think it would be good, though, if we could show that graphic of and Jerry, you know some of these locations better than I do, of where the shelters are in place, where people are being evacuated to. Can we get that graphic up, because it had a list, Jerry, if you can help, because you're familiar with these spots.
Yeah, that's right up the Skyway, Paradise Veterans Hall. It says you head up the Skyway. Of course, you'd be coming from Oroville. It's up on the right-hand side of on Skyway, Tama District Fairgrounds in Red Bluff. That's for. I'm surprised that they opened one that far out. I mean, but you're talking.
And then again, we have that one. That graphic is wrong.
That graphic is incorrect.
It's Glenn County is open. We need to get that fixed.
Yes.
Glenn County Fairgrounds is open on Yolo Street.
Now, the neighborhood church. If you're just now leaving, and there might be some people who maybe were busy today, maybe they had events, they're just putting on the television, and they're like, "Oh my goodness, we got to get out of here." The Chico Neighborhood Church, that's the big gold dome as you're coming into Chico. It's on the right-hand side, a big gold. You can't miss it. It's on the right-hand side over on Notre Dame Boulevard. Lake, Cottonwood, I'm not that familiar with that area. The Elks Lodge in Paradise, and I believe we still have that. That's over on Clark Road. There it is, Elks Lodge in Paradise. That's on Clark Road. And there's also an RV park that has 15 spaces open. The big one where the American Red Cross is located at the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds, that is just off Park Avenue. You can make a get off on Park on 99, make a left, and it's over on the right-hand side.
So call, if you're in Butte County, 211 is asking you to utilize their 24-hour helpline, as opposed to using 911. 911 emergencies only, if you're in an automobile accident, something of that nature. But 211, they are fully staffed. Lines are all open. They are able to take calls from landlines or cell phones in Butte County, and you can ask questions. Where do I go? Where can I go? What roads are open? What aren't? They can help you hopefully get to where you need to go. Yuba and Sutter residents, you can see the 866 number. That's toll free, 916-3566, 916-3566. And a follow-up, too, to what we've received several notes about churches and organizations and people offering food, and I think that you'd be safe if you attend one of those churches we saw listed. People have gone, Kelly Som told us earlier, people left their house in their pajamas today, in all honesty. So if you've got some extra coats, some extra blankets, and food, hey, throw a chicken on and bring it on over there to one of those churches if that's someone you know.
And incidentally, livestock is being accepted over at the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds barns. They got barns there for their livestock that they have during their fair, and so that's one place you could go there. But other pets, generally, you cannot do that. And again, there is the rocks, boulders that's going to be used. Apparently, helicopters are going to drop them into certain areas in the Feather River to try to divert the water to go into different locations. It's just amazing how they do it. Are we going to now head over to Rob Elvington? Rob?
All right, Jeremy's been here all day, so I'm going to give Jeremy a breather, and we're going to go over some of these graphics if you're just tuning in. And these numbers you see right here, these are the 8 o'clock update. You'll notice that the latest update just barely above 901 feet at the emergency spillway. So at this point, it could possibly be below the actual top of the emergency spillway, because we've been dropping about 0.3 of a foot every single hour. We're almost halfway through the hour now, so likely below the spillway, but we'll have to wait until the next update comes down before we know that. Again, storage is over 100% right now, so we still have to drop it by 16,000 acre feet to actually get back down to below that spillway. Outflow right around 100,000 cubic feet per second, so that's also helping to raise the Feather River downstream of the dam. So that's creating its own problems besides the threat of the emergency spillway failing. And you'll notice the inflow has been dropping all over the last 3 to 4 days. Still seeing quite a bit of runoff from all that rain and even a little bit from the snow melt. And of course, these warm temperatures not helping with that snow melt. Flash flood warning in place through 4:15 tomorrow afternoon. Again, 100,000 cubic feet per second are being released, but of course that number will go up if we have any problems with the emergency spillway. A closer look at Oroville. Oroville again downstream of the dam. There's a look at the Feather River flowing from the dam, and we'll zoom in a little bit closer to kind of give you an idea of what we're tracking. There's the main dam right there. Again, the main dam is not the issue. It's the spillway that we've been tracking since last Tuesday that had that large hole that developed because of all those big releases. And then the emergency spillway is left of the main spillway, and a lot of pressure is being put on that spillway. So even after the water drops below 901 feet, you're still going to have all that force of that water behind it. So they want to keep with those 100,000 cubic feet per second releases, kind of relieve some of that pressure, and then do some work on that. I know they're getting helicopters ready to move bags of rocks in to help reinforce that emergency spillway. So there's a look at the way the river flows. Again, there's the dam right there. They're doing those big releases right now down the river. And of course, as it goes over some of those banks, you're going to have water spilling left and right of the river. Again, there's a look at the flash flood warning. Again, this goes through 9:15 tomorrow afternoon. Of course, things can change between that. They can even allow this to expire early, or they can even lengthen that warning. We also still have a flash flood warning in place, or a flood warning, I should say, in place for all areas shaded in green, and that's due to all the runoff still coming down. Of course, they're doing big releases right now at Shasta and Keswick Dam. I believe the releases now are up to 70,000 cubic feet per second. We're even seeing parts of Redding that are underwater, those low-lying areas near the river. Now, let's take a look at precision cast. We're going to walk you through the next few days, and this is all the way going into Wednesday morning. This is 4:30 on Wednesday morning. You'll notice for the Oroville drainage area, still dry. Clouds are starting to roll in, but the rain is still off to the west. Another thing you'll notice on precision cast, everything that's showing up is in the form of rain, unless you head up to Mount Shasta, which of course is over 14,000 feet tall. So a pretty warm system out ahead of the main cold front, but we do expect some colder air to drop those snow levels into your Thursday and even into your Friday. We have to switch over to our more coarse forecast model because the one we were just looking at only goes out 72 hours. But you can see this big push of subtropical moisture moving into northern California. So we will see some heavy rain in the Oroville drainage. Anything that falls in the Oroville drainage eventually makes its way down to Lake Oroville. That pushes off to the east and southeast, but we'll continue to see some waves of rain moving in. Now, something we're watching Friday into this upcoming Saturday, some of the forecast models keep the brunt of that storm system mainly off to the south, but you'll notice still seeing some of that rain all the way into the Oroville drainage area, and possibly more storms coming in all the way through next weekend. So a pretty wet pattern beginning heading into this upcoming Wednesday all the way through next weekend. This right here is the 6-day forecast for precipitation. This is actually from the California-Nevada River Forecast Center. If you'll notice the reds right there, that's right there in the Oroville drainage area. So again, eventually that makes its way down into Lake Oroville. The reds, between 3 and 4 inches of liquid precipitation. Of course, some of this will fall in the form of snow as you head up into some of the higher elevations, but this is liquid equivalent. So some of this in the form of the rain, some of this in the form of snow. Threat tracker, still very high due to the high rivers, not only with the Feather River, Lake Oroville, but also with the the Sacramento River due to the big releases at Shasta Dam and Keswick Dam. We'll have to continue to watch that even as we continue to see those big releases. Back to you.
All right, thanks. Thanks very much, Rob. We do appreciate it, bringing you the very latest. We've been keeping up with, since evacuation orders went into place. We have at 9 o'clock, we will have a press conference that'll be held, and we'll, of course, try to bring you that live.
Okay, and we are still following the situation at Lake Oroville very closely tonight. We will keep you posted on all of it.
We're going to keep going?
We're going to keep going.
All right. There are evacuation orders in Oroville. I'm going to let you keep running that for me, buddy. In to Yuba and Sutter counties. Problems at Lake Oroville this week began recapping when a gaping hole, and that is a fair way to put it, opened in the main spillway Wednesday. That hole grew over the next few days. It doubled in size in one day. They tried to avoid having to use the emergency spillway because they were worried about it failing. Around 4 o'clock today, it crested at 8 o'clock, or we went over the spillway yesterday. Emergency evacuation orders for lower Oroville came in at around 4 o'clock today. They said operation of the spillway led to to severe erosion that could lead to a failure of the spillway structure and an uncontrolled release of floodwaters from Lake Oroville. The DWR is increasing water releases. 100,000 cubic feet per second have been coming down the main spillway. So far, people in lower levels downstream are still being urged to evacuate, and the last number we had, 130,000 people have been urged to evacuate.
And let's get a look at what we're talking about. This picture shows where the emergency spillway is located on the left in the center. Hopefully we'll see it if we have the right video queued up. In the center is the main spillway that broke earlier this week, where they're releasing around 100,000 cubic feet per second of water to take stress off the emergency spillway. Right now, the parking lot to the left of the emergency spillway is flooded. On the right in this picture, in the dam, which sits at 21 feet above the emergency spillway, it is not at risk. The dam is not at risk at this time. The Butte County Superintendent of Schools has called for the following schools to be closed tomorrow. They are Bangor Union Elementary School District, Biggs Unified School District, Durham Unified School District, Feather Falls Union Elementary School District, Golden Feather Union Elementary School District, Gridley Unified District, Manzanita Elementary School District, and the Oroville Elementary School District. Now, Oroville Union High School District, Palermo Union Elementary School District, Pioneer Union Elementary School District, Thermalino Union Elementary School District in Butte County. All the Butte County Office of Education offices will also be closed, and all of Butte County offices of education and schools in Oroville will be closed. Maybe the question is, what schools will be open?
Right.
Also, all Butte College facilities will be closed tomorrow per Denise Adams, the Dean of Instruction.
Elks Lodge in Paradise tells us they are opening their RV park to RV evacuees, but they still have a limited number of spaces. They only had about 15. They're accommodating people on a first-come, first-served basis. Another location, and we've had reporter Kelly Salm out at Silver Dollar Fairgrounds in Chico. We will continue to keep this list updated on our website, krcrtv.com, for more locations.
And Paradise Veterans Hall is now open. That's at 6550 Skyway in Paradise. I don't know whether the graphics are matching the copy at this point, but I will follow along there. There's also the Paradise Alliance Church. Well, that what we're looking at is the Chico Neighborhood Church on Notre Dame Boulevard. And I think we have them here. Chico East Avenue Church, that's at 1184 East Avenue. That's next to the 7-Eleven there, not too far away from Pleasant Valley High School. They're actually serving hot food there. Good people at that church. I know them very well. The Glenn County Fairgrounds on East Yolo Street, and the Rolling Hills Equestrian Center in Corning, that's over on Everett Freeman Way. And as we mentioned earlier, the Paradise Alliance Church over on Clark Road.
And of course, Mike Dudley has 20 spots available. Neighborhood Church in Chico is now open. That's 2801 Notre Dame Boulevard.
Right there.
Okay, we can see Oroville Camelot Animal Shelter on Clark Road. Bangor Hall and Park is what we're seeing. We're repeating some of these, but that's okay. Run to Win Arena in Corning on 3434 Kirkwood. I believe that should be Kirkwood, correct?
I think so.
And Magalia de Sable Guild at 15247 Skyway Road. Those are some evacuation shelters. These are coming in. We're trying to get them updated to you as quickly as we can. We do want to remind you that Butte 211, the 24-hour helpline, is taking calls for updates and evacuation information. Butte County residents can call 211 from a landline or cell phone. If you're in Yuba or Sutter, 866-916-3566. This is to hopefully keep folks off of 911. Owner of LHS Livestock, by the way, hauling in Orland, Jerry, they also have told us, Logan Sandage says he's offering free livestock hauling services to anyone being affected by the evacuation order. So if livestock is a concern, you need help getting out of those lower parts of Oroville and downstream areas, you can call Mr. Sandante at 936-4137, 936-4137. Also, check in on their Facebook page for more information. He said the page says that they can haul about 10 to 12 full-size cows, 20 to 30 calves. It's just great to see the community coming together. What a great guy. It's something. Rob and Jeremy are going at it over here, getting us the very, very latest. And we're going to head over to the Weather Center right now with more. Jerry, Rob.
All right, thank you, Brent. Again, we're about 20 minutes away from the 9 o'clock update coming down for Lake Oroville. So these numbers you see right here, these are the 8 o'clock update numbers. And look at this, just over 0.02 feet above the emergency spillway. And it's been dropping about 0.3 of a foot every single hour for the last 3 hours or so, especially since they started doing those big releases. And if you look on the bottom of this graphic right here, outflow right around 100,000 cubic feet per second. The inflow also continues to drop, now down to 37,000 cubic feet per second. So that's really helping things, and that'll help those levels to continue to drop. But even after the water level drops below the emergency spillway, you still have that pressure of the water pushing up against the emergency spillway. So the danger is not over at the point it drops below that emergency spillway. It's been really weakened by the erosion. The water comes over the top and it erodes at the base of that emergency spillway. It removes all that sediment, all the soil, and then it starts to really weaken that emergency spillway. So that's the big concern. So they want to continue to drop the lake levels even below 901 feet. Storage currently, again, above full right now. So we still have to drop the lake by 16,000 acre feet. Let's take a look at that flash flood warning that's in effect all the way through 4:15 tomorrow afternoon. Again, this number can always change. They could always make it go up further, or they could expire early. But again, they're increasing those water levels right now, just based on the releases at Oroville Dam. We're not seeing any major flooding. The river is running very high and fast, but at this point, not tracking any major flooding. A quick look at the dam, and then we're going to go take a short break. Again, that's what we're watching right here. Again, it's not the actual dam itself. There's the main dam. Again, the tallest dam in the United States is an earthen dam. There's the spillway that's been having all the problems since last Tuesday, and the emergency spillway right here. That's where the water is spilling over the top, and you're getting all that erosion as it finally makes its way down to the river. Again, we're going to take a quick short break, and we'll have more of this coming up.
Keep coming towards us. Keep coming to the next overpass and then zoom out some.
And stick it out, and unfortunately there are individuals that will take advantage of such situations of knowing that everybody's gone. So I'm going to stick it out, and my neighbors have a very tall, big house, and they're leaving also, but so I'm going to stick around to keep an eye on everything, and if it gets really bad, I have somewhere to go that's up high.
I just got a text message and an alert just saying get out as fast as you can, and there's fire trucks that are going up and down our street saying evacuate. So we packed up our dogs and lifted up our couches and just got ready because we live right downtown on 5th and Hyde.
Yeah, well, all we were doing was sitting at home, and then we heard the cops go by and say everybody's got to evacuate. So we just barely got the apartment where we're staying, yeah.
So a lot of people heeding these warnings, saying they grabbed their things and got out as quickly as they could. We want to get to photojournalist James Taylor now. He's at Rideout Hospital, where they are also prepared to evacuate anyone there at the hospital. JT, what can you tell us?
The emergency department outside of Rideout. This is right in downtown.
That is exactly what's
Marysville,
happening.
And,
Again,
right
I'm
now
at
they have a
3,000
fleet
feet
of
over
ambulances
town, but
standing
we're
by. They've
seeing
actually
probably
requested some
about
mutual
a
aid assistance from
3-mile
Sacramento
backup.
ambulances
Just
to
starts
come up
just
here
south of the
and stand by. They have not got the official word to evacuate, but they are preparing for it. They've called in about twice as many staff as normal. Right now, they have 15 patients in the emergency department. They have 148 patients that are currently admitted. So obviously quite a few people that would have to be moved if and when that call came. They're also worried about a hospital in Yuba City. That is where the maternity ward is. There are currently 4 mothers and 4 newborn babies over there that would also have to be evacuated if, again, that official word came. As I zoom in here, you can see these are some of the paramedics and EMTs currently arriving on scene, going inside to be briefed. Again, this is the emergency department here, and more than 150 patients currently out here at Rideout Hospital. The staff currently are basically monitoring the situation, waiting for that phone call. They did have to evacuate this hospital during the floods in 1997, so it's not unprecedented, but obviously this would be a very large-scale operation if and when they did have to do that. Again, calling in ambulances from all over Northern California to help out if something like this. But at this point, they're standing by, waiting to see whether or not. Another option is to possibly move some of the patients from the ground floor up to higher floors if the flooding is minimal. But again, they're just kind of monitoring that situation right now, trying to figure out what they will do if and when the call comes to evacuate. Back to you.
Okay, JT, thanks. And I know that in previous stories we've done in the Marysville, Yuba City area, this is something that residents have often wondered about in terms of what should happen if we need to evacuate, and they've gone through drills at that hospital and the hospital in Yuba City, where James said there are 4 mothers to be looking to add to their families, and that's the last thing they want to deal with is having to possibly evacuate. But they're getting set to perhaps evacuate from both of those hospitals. They are evacuating from the county jails, transporting inmates in a safe fashion and getting them on buses to get out of the area just to play it safe.
We're also just getting some information in right now. Rolling Hills Casino says that they have several spaces left there right now to accept RVs into their parking lot and large animals as well. So they have, again, Rolling Hills Casino RV Park. They say they can accept large animals there. They can and will accept large animals, and they do have several spots that are open yet again.
8:48 right now. Meteorologist Lisa Meadows obviously watching the situation unfold. Flash flood warning for the potential failure of the portion of the auxiliary spillway continues, and that warning was reissued, I believe, just about 8:40.
Continued, yeah, just about 8:30 or so. That's when the National Weather Service looked at the situation and they decided that it is still necessary to keep the flash flood warning in place. And if you are in that pink area on your screen right there, you are underneath a flash flood warning. What does this mean? There's a difference between a flood and a flash flood. Flood occurs slowly. You slowly see the rise of our rivers and streams. A flash flood happens quickly. This often occurs when you have heavy downpours with strong thunderstorms. That's when you can get localized flooding very quickly, and we're talking within minutes, maybe even less than minutes with this. what we're seeing here, the reason for this flash flood warning, of course, is because of that potential failure when it comes to the emergency spillway. So that's the reason that they implemented this flash flood warning. Now, a warning is in place when we are looking at conditions that we think are going to happen. That means act. A watch means to watch and wait. A warning means you need to act. So that means that if you are in this area here in the pink, you do want to make some movement. So again, Oroville, they're telling you to evacuate to the north. If you're further off to the south, just don't go north. Go west, east, or go south. We do remain dry throughout the next 24, 48 hours, all the way until Wednesday night. We should remain dry. After that, our next chance of rain will be late Wednesday, especially Thursday. I think Thursday is going to be our next wet weather day, and we're adding more rain into an already stressed system. Half an inch to an inch or so in the forecast coming up here Wednesday night into Thursday. So even though we don't have any rain in the forecast, since we do have that warning in place, you do need to stay weather aware, especially with this particular situation. If you are in the warning area, of course, they're telling you you need to move to higher ground. Don't wait for this. If this situation unfolds, then it's not going to be an hour that you have time to leave. It's going to be within minutes that we are going to be seeing flood concerns. And of course, always got to say it because people just don't listen sometimes. Turn around, don't drown. We see these pictures all the time, these cars in these flooded out roadways. It's not worth the risk. Make sure you turn around. So hopefully we'll dry out for the next few days. But once we head into Wednesday night, guys, we're going to have to keep a close eye on an already stressed system.
No question about it. And there's, boy, I mean, it's really, to say it's stressed would be the understatement of the century, because this has really been a heck of a season for so many people. We've watched our waterways get extra swollen, and this is sort of the after effect here of they didn't know how this auxiliary spillway would behave once the water started spilling over the top of it. But as of 8 p.m., so about 50 minutes ago, we heard that it has now dropped, the lake level has now dropped to 901.02 feet, which means that the flow over the auxiliary spillway, if it has not stopped already, it has at least significantly slowed and will be stopping soon as that lake level continues to drop. Again, this is not something that we're telling you so that you don't heed these warnings to get out of the way, but it is a bit of good news. It allows them the opportunity to take these big bags of rocks and put them in the area to try to stop this erosion from continuing.
Yeah, this certainly doesn't mean, it's all good now, we can turn around and go back to our homes. That's not the case at all. Evacuation orders are still in place. CBS 13's Steve Large just tweeting out an update from Cal OES. If we have that live picture, we can take that as well as we wait for the latest information from those hardworking people there. Just learning the 9 o'clock presser, so we're talking a few minutes from right now, at Cal OES is being postponed. And that, of course, is the nerve center for the governor response team, and the governor's team is there in place getting briefed. So they just want to make sure their ducks are all in a row as they give the latest briefing. And that 9 o'clock has been pushed back. Typically we're guessing, maybe a half hour, 15 minutes after that. These things obviously are fluid in nature in terms of when news conferences actually happen. But again, the headline, the water that had been moving over the emergency spillway has significantly dropped or stopped altogether. And that is giving a lot of people a big sigh of relief, but that does not mean the danger is over.
Absolutely not. And I think that's something to keep in mind here, is that they've got a lot of work to do. And Lisa just alluded to this fact, is that, yes, we are getting some sunshine today. We are for the middle part of this week here. We're going to start seeing some sunny days, but then this is coming back. The rain is coming back, and it may not impact at that very moment, but these inflows that we talk about, when the rivers and the streams and the creeks and the tributaries all flow into these reservoirs, that means the lake levels are going to come up. So there's a lot of work to be done in the next few days to ensure that this is not what's going to happen again.
We're watching social media as you send in your comments on what you're experiencing out there. CBS 13's Drew Belay is going to join us now in our newsroom. He has come in to kind of tackle that portion of our coverage for us. Drew, what do you have?
You know, a lot of people are tweeting about the difficulty of getting out of these locations. Those evacuation orders are still in place, and people are trying to head to higher ground and get out of harm's way. Obviously, people in Oroville are heading north. Anybody south of Oroville are heading any direction that they can get away from any of these potentially rising streams. Here's what we're seeing on social media, though, from Humanity Road. Beale Air Force Base is offering shelter, food, water, for evacuees. So that's something to keep in mind. If you're still looking for a place to go, Beale Air Force Base might be your safe haven. Also, from MFly NNY, those evacuating due to the Oroville Dam threat, please check on your elderly and disabled neighbors. I had a few people tweeting at me as well that there are some disabled veterans that live in Oroville that needed some help getting out of their homes and making their way to safety. And we're also having others just tweeting out some quick notes here. One, calm down. Obviously, you don't want to be in a panic, but you need to be moving quickly and you need to be moving smartly in order to evacuate those locations that have been ordered to evacuate. Evacuate if ordered, and then the dam won't fail. But this, again, is coming from Peter Gleek. Not sure what his expertise on the issue is. Severe flooding still possible if there is an emergency. So, again, these are just folks who are reacting to the situation that is unfolding on social media. And we're getting more and more information as the evening goes just about what the situation is at the emergency spillway. As you guys were just mentioning, the numbers are indicating that water will be slowing, if not stopping, going over top of the emergency spillway. But the issue is that it's already eroded a lot at the base of the emergency spillway, and that is what is going to need to be rectified before our next round of rain, just in case that emergency spillway has to be used once again. So we're going to keep an eye on social media. If you have anything that you'd like to share, if you have any helpful information for people evacuating, if you have any updates about gas stations, if you have any updates about road conditions, please let us know, and you can tweet us. You can also follow us on Facebook. We are checking and monitoring all of those different avenues, and we'll bring you that information right here on our Facebook Live feed. Guys?
And Drew, let's keep you here for a second because I want to tap into what you saw when you were there, because I know you were on scene there for a few days this week reporting. This unexpected for a lot of people. Did folks that you talked to, did they sense that something like this could possibly happen?
Well, earlier in the week, the indication was, as a precaution, we're going to ready the emergency spillway. So DWR officials were telling us throughout the week that they did not anticipate the water going over top of the emergency spillway. Towards the end of the week, around Thursday, that's when they started shifting into we're preparing for water to go over the emergency spillway. And then we're also being told we might have that news conference at OES getting ready to go, but I'll continue my thought here. They were continuing to prepare for water to go over that emergency spillway. And then they're also letting people know that they needed to be prepared to evacuate, but no evacuation orders were put in place until today. And while I was there, they had water running through at about 35 all the way up to 55 and 65,000 cubic feet per second out of the main spillway. We're now at 100, so you can only imagine the amount of erosion that's going to be taking place around the main spillway unless it's already hit bedrock. Now they have the issue with the emergency spillway. Honestly, guys, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and that's why they're mobilizing helicopters. They're mobilizing giant rocks, and they're feeding these rocks into the area. That way they can try and patch up and rebuild that emergency spillway as the water continues to go down, just in case it were to come back up.
Drew, thanks for that perspective, because I know you're on the scene there, and you mentioned the Cal OES news conference. We are being told that it is going to start soon. That could be 5 minutes, that could be 10 minutes. When it does happen, as you take a look at the podium right there, our microphones in place to give you the very latest. And Drew mentioned all the people who were coming from other areas to help out. This from the Sac County Sheriff. As of today, they have sent out 67 deputies, we're being told, in mutual aid resources to the Oroville area to assist with a possible evacuation, or actually the evacuation, and other needs to the region. So one thing you're going to see, this isn't just a half a dozen community event. Everyone rallies to where the need is. That's one thing. If you've been around this portion of Northern California for long, you know that everyone does a darn good job, Christina, the emergency services, of getting to where they need to go. We'll get that picture up again. Yeah, getting to where they need to go to help out, their brothers and sisters.
Oh, sure. And speaking of that, not just law enforcement, but a lot of people opening their doors. We have people in Chico saying, if you need a place to stay, come to our house. Same thing happening for people as far away as Reno, saying that. And speaking of people who are opening their doors, several Sikh temples in the Sacramento area are open for anyone who's evacuated from the incident. They say they have food ready as well for anyone who needs it. So they're saying these temples are open in West Sacramento, in Roseville on Main Street, and Bradshaw, the Elk Grove, Florin near Gerber, Elsie Avenue, and Rio Linda as well. So they're saying their doors are open. If you need a place to go and some food as well, these several Sikh temples in the Sacramento area are now open to assist.
9 o'clock right now as we reset. You're watching live continuous coverage. Tony Lopez along with Christina Janes, meteorologist Lisa Meadows, Dave Bender getting in place as well. We have crews out and about to bring you the very latest on this situation. It is looking better for people there who live in the area that have been evacuated. The 30-foot emergency spillway on the Oroville Dam had been eroding. It is eroding, and that's what caused the commotion and the problems. Expected to fail. That's what officials had been saying as you take a look at all that water that rushed down there into the Feather River. The large wall of water has stopped for now down that emergency spillway. So something they hadn't ever used was put in place, and that's what they were monitoring yesterday and again today. Right around 3 o'clock today, some officials have said, okay, you know what, that's not acting the way it's supposed to be, and there's a potential for some serious flooding to a number of different communities. And we're talking about 130, 150,000 people plus that have been evacuated. So the roadways are jammed as people make their way out of this region. We're talking about Marysville, Yuba City, Oroville, of course, Palermo, Thermalito, and areas in Sutter County as well that are being evacuated along the Feather River, Gridley, Live Oak, Nicholas. So lots of folks, Christina, impacted by this, and we are certainly happy that most of them are heeding the warning just to get out, because you don't want to wake up to the uncertainty tomorrow morning.
No, and our crews are there spread out all across the region, and many of them are saying businesses are closed. Highways throughout the Butte County area especially are essentially, the highways are busy, but the inner roads in the downtown portions of Oroville and Yuba City and Marysville, those locations are relatively quiet right now. It looks like people have managed to get themselves out onto the highways and made their way out of the area, again traveling west, east, or south, but not north in many cases. Some people who were in Oroville did go north. They decided that they would take themselves out of the area. And also, as I mid-thought here, we are hearing Cal OES, they say their press conference has now been delayed until 10 o'clock, so giving themselves another hour to figure out if they can get some more information as they need it. So again, that update coming from the Cal Office of Emergency Services. They say their press conference has now been delayed by 1 hour as they continue to assess this situation as a whole. So the minute that comes up at 10 o'clock, we will, of course, bring that to you as the situation unfolds. Back now to the good news that came in about an hour ago, however, is that the lake level continues to drop there. They are hoping to get it below that 901-foot level, which means the water will then stop flowing over the auxiliary dam or the emergency dam, the spillway, whichever you would prefer to call it. That's the situation at hand right now. So that is a bit of good news for those who are there. Again, they're saying that doesn't mean you get to go home, but that does mean that at least things are tamped down for the moment.
Right. And from the just in case file, you have law enforcement agencies from around the area and CHP also just tweeting out that additional CHP helicopters and fixed wing aircraft have been deployed to assist with law enforcement operations and evacuations. We also are getting some questions and comments from people who live in the rural part of this evacuation zone that might have some large animals. Nevada County Fairgrounds saying, hey, we are open as an evacuation center. Please enter at gate 1 and large animals will be accepted. So there's a lot of moving parts to this. And while we have people out and about, we have obviously folks in the studio as well. Dave Bender joins us. You've been watching your drive-in. You probably saw a lot of traffic as well, huh?
Yeah, not as much as I thought I was going to see coming in here, but yes, there was quite a bit of traffic for a Sunday late evening. I just wanted to tell you, I just looked, it was 901.02. That's exactly where we are. So we're about 0.2 of a foot from where it shouldn't be spilling over the top of that auxiliary or that emergency spillway. And also, too, and again, this is piecing things together, they're bringing in helicopters, dropping rocks in there, doing basically, in a sense, instead of sandbagging, but rock bagging this thing to be able to use it again when they need to. But at this point, they've got it stopped going over the top of that emergency spillway.
We have lots of evacuation centers that are filling up because there's so many people being impacted by this. So as a result, some folks are opening up their homes, which, is for lack of a better term, just awesome. I mean, folks in Chico, folks in Reno, Yolo County tweeting out, if you have friends and family impacted by the evacuations because of the concerns about the Oroville Dam spillway, please invite them to stay with you. And I'm sure plenty of people are doing just that on this Sunday night, as it's going to be a sleepless night for a lot of folks as they try to get from point A to point B and looking to where to go. Dave, you have something?
Yeah, just the other good thing is they're letting out almost 100,000 cubic feet per second, but coming in the backside is 40,000 cubic feet per second. So you can see they will have a handle on this because, thank goodness, Mother Nature has stopped the rain. Now, we got rain coming, more toward the middle and end of next week, so we are hopeful that they can get a handle on this and drop this lake level down enough that they can catch up and play catch-up ball with this and do the repairs. But the good news is, yeah, you're looking at like almost a 2-to-1 outflow compared to what's coming in. And you couldn't ask for a better situation with the cards that have been dealt.
It's a huge project for them tomorrow. You can imagine that at daybreak, they've got to really get some eyes on this situation, see exactly what they're dealing with. It is lit up tonight. They do have some large lights in the area so that they're able to kind of see what they're dealing with, but not the same, of course, as daylight. So once the sun comes up, they'll be able to really get an eye on the erosion and what the situation is.
The other piece of information I heard, too, with these guys flying in these bags of rocks, they're using night vision goggles to do this. So they're literally flying, in a sense, in daylight so they can see what they're doing. Not that it's an easy job, but
Ben,
this
is a really complicated.
That situation for them is almost a normal, if this could be a normal situation for them to do.
Lots of work still ahead. We're going to go to a couple of reporters on the scene. There you see Ansar Hassan, who's been live on the scene there, as you see plenty of people in Marysville still trying to get out, huh, Ansar?
That's right, Tony. It's been like this all evening. Now, we're here on B Street, which is one of the main roads getting out of town. I've noticed that North B Street, which heads towards Highway 70, seems to be closed to local traffic. They don't want people heading north. So instead, what you see here is traffic heading south. These city streets seem to be bumper to bumper as many people are trying to get out and get to safety. Folks here are headed towards Highway 99. But as you're watching, traffic is barely moving. Many of these cars have basically been parked here for the past 45 minutes. You can see campers, trailers, trucks carrying animal trailers as well. Now, it's been frustrating, but many of these folks seem to be taking it in stride because they know what's at stake. We spoke to a few, and here's what they have to say. Do you think about maybe not going and just staying, or was this pretty serious enough for you to say, hey, no, we got to go?
No, it's pretty serious. We got to go. I'm not taking my chances. I'm good. Stuff is replaceable, but I don't have a boat, so I'm going.
Well, you guys seem to be in good spirits, at least.
Yeah, we're having fun. We're making the best of it. What are you going to do?
What did you take? What are you taking with you? What did you grab?
Just anything I could throw in.
What's your big concern right now?
My big concern is I always have my tank full of gas and I have no gas. I'm trying to get to the gas station.
All right.
That's going to be waiting for another 5 hours.
When you heard of the evacuation order, what were your thoughts? What did you think?
We've been through this before.
We were in the 86 flood, 97 flood. This one's a little more worried because it's a whole dam that's involved.
Around 4 o'clock, I left my job at Stevens Farmhouse Bakery. We were in the middle of rolling pies and doing cookies for Valentine's Day. And it was early enough I could stop by the pet store and just grab a bunch of stuff and just throw them all in.
Now, the past few hours, we've also seen emergency vehicles, police vehicles towing small boats, carrying jet skis. You can hear police and emergency vehicles as they continue, many of them heading towards the Oroville area. Now, it may be tough to see, but up and down these streets, businesses, shops, restaurants, all closed as people are trying to get out of town.
Ansar, thanks. A good variety of just the human toll of this, and like that one person just saying, hey, stuff's replaceable, but I want to make sure that I'm safe. Thank you for that. And you mentioned the whole gas situation. Let's touch on that because CBS 13 anchor reporter Shirin Raja is live in Olivehurst, where there could be a potential of them running out of gas. Is that correct?
Yeah, Tony, we're at the Shell gas station in Olivehurst where we saw a heavy flow of traffic through here. It's cleared out just a little bit here, but they're having major issues at the pump. Taking a look at some video, look at this line of cars that were trying to make their way to this gas station. As we saw, of course, Highway 70 here was packed almost at a standstill. But the problem here at this gas station that we're noticing at other gas stations as well, as people are telling us, that the pumps are either not working or only allowing you to pump a few cents, and some you can only pump the highest grade, 91, causing, of course, more delays as tens of thousands of people are trying to escape the danger zone. In fact, one man said he went to 3 gas stations but still couldn't get gas. Take a listen.
On the 87, it's out because it won't let you pump anything. So we used her credit card, and 89 seemed to work for about 31 cents, and then it stopped. So I don't know if they're out of gas or if they're just overload, maybe.
Everybody's just trying to get out of here. Everybody needs gas, so this is the only gas station close to here. Just waited in line for an hour, and I got 9 cents of gas.
Yeah, and that woman that we just saw there, she's actually a military member. She and a friend say that they were heading to Beale Air Force Base. They've opened up an evacuation center. And if you're traveling, make sure you have a debit or credit card because people here, they can't go inside the store. The store is closed. So if you have cash with you, it won't really help you out here. They actually have a sign on the door that says that they have evacuated and they'll be back tomorrow. And people that I'm speaking to at the gas station, they're just anxious. They don't know what the next steps are. They don't know when they're going to be making it home. They've quickly packed some things in their cars, but didn't think that the issue that they would be having is here at the gas stations. Clearly not just this one impacted. Tony, Christina?
Yeah, no doubt. And Shirin, as you're there in Olivehurst, one of the areas being impacted, are you noticing still bumper-to-bumper traffic, or does it look like people have gotten out of that area?
We were in that traffic about 20, 30 minutes ago, and literally my mind was blown to see the heavy amount of cars that were probably going maybe 10 miles an hour. I just checked in with some of the customers here to see if that same traffic was consistent, and they said that it took some people an hour just to get 2 miles. So yes, that traffic is still very heavy here on Highway 70.
Wow. So another facet of this story unfolding there. Shirin Raja live at a gas station in Olivehurst that is looking like it's running out of gas. The one gentleman saying he waited an hour to get gas and only to get 9 cents worth. So that is obviously very disheartening. So a lot of people have to just really be as patient as possible.
So we're talking about a 48-year-old structure here that has just been hammered with a massive amount of water as that lake is full. So we'll take you to the weather computer and show you what we're talking about and where the concern is. Again, just a quick recap that the concern is not the dam itself. The concern earlier this week was the spillway, which you see in the center of your screen, and they had to release they have been releasing a massive amount of water down that spillway to keep the reservoir from overflowing, but even that wasn't enough. The reservoir did start to overflow, and where it overflows is this concrete structure you see to the left of that spillway. This concrete structure where you see the hand moving back and forth, that is the auxiliary spillway, which has never been used. That is key. This has never been used before. So this lake crested that level, spilled over that spillway and down into this muddy wildland into the Feather River. And so because this had never really been tested before, they didn't know until they did it really what the full effects were going to be. And here's the effect. The erosion that caused all of this concern has been advancing rapidly. And so that is why they said that the operation of the emergency spillway led to the severe erosion that could lead to the failure of that structure. But good news we've been hearing, they did increase the releases down this damaged spillway, the one that they can control, and that has brought the lake level down to a level that it is not spilling over this auxiliary spillway as rapidly as it was before. It is beginning to recede. So you take that pressure off of it, and you get the workers in there with those bags of rock that they're dropping, and then they can hopefully secure this damaged, compromised structure that did, they found enough damage to warrant the evacuation orders. So there is some hope, but they are not rescinding those evacuation orders at all. Joe.
All right, Dennis, thank you. Right now on the phone, we have Michelle Mazerel. She's from Marysville. She is evacuated. She has evacuated already. Michelle, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, Michelle. Can you take us through what it was like for you as all of this started to unfold?
So I received notification through an emergency broadcast system at about 4:30, and by 4:45, I had a couple of friends calling me from the Dobbins area who had been listening to some talk radio, and they also had informed me that they were evacuating down to Gridley. So we probably were able to get out of Marysville a little earlier than most. We started heading out of town by about 5:15. But by then, of course, the news had already picked it up, and it had become pretty chaotic in town. Lots of people stopping to fill up their cars, running into the little mini-mart, lots and lots of traffic, and emergency personnel heading back towards Oroville.
Michelle?
So we moved to Sacramento. That was the direction we chose.
Okay. Michelle, you touched on it, but I'm wondering if you can elaborate on the sense that people had and just sort of what you saw and heard and felt from people as that evacuation was just beginning.
I think it was chaos, honestly. We had immediately gone outside and talked to our neighbors and told them that we were leaving, and they rapidly began packing their cars. We also put a few things in the car. I think it alerted other neighbors, and then we could see just neighbors up and down the street coming from all different angles, putting things in their vehicles and trying to get out of town. Myself personally, I received dozens and dozens of text messages from friends and family just checking on our well-being as they were also trying to prepare themselves and get out of town. Traffic was very, very backed up. The light would turn red, and the traffic was just backed up through the intersection. Shortly thereafter, they started pretty much closing the access like to 20 to 70 so that it made it even more difficult for people to get around. My aunt came behind us. We came up to Sacramento to my daughter's apartment kind of to stop and kind of regroup and decide whether or not we need to go perhaps to Auburn. And it took them probably, it's about 40 minutes normally, and it took her probably an hour and 45, maybe an hour and 50 minutes to get here. So it has just increasingly gotten bad.
Okay, well, Michelle, so glad to hear that, you at least now were able to get out. You and your family are okay. Thank you for sharing your story with us.
Yes.
All right, I want to update you now. The Sacramento Office of Emergency Services just kind of did an impromptu update on Twitter via Periscope, talking about the situation, what they're looking at. And they wanted to just reiterate the fact that Sacramento County is not under any evacuation order right now. They were getting some calls about, there were some concerns about the Point Pleasant area. There were some evacuations there earlier in the week because of storm issues. This has nothing to do with what's happening at the Oroville Dam. But what they're doing right now is they're preparing to take evacuees from the surrounding counties. So they're looking at where they can put people, looking at their resources. They said they are able to take a small amount of large animals, and that's going to be at Gibson Ranch. But they said it's just a small capacity, but as soon as that they get the information on evacuations and centers, they're going to put those out. And this update came down just a few moments ago. So we'll pass that along to you once those evacuation centers open up within Sacramento County. But they just wanted to reiterate the fact that around here, we're good right now.
Okay, and Department of Water Resources also, they were set to have a press conference at 9, so we were hoping that we could get some more information. That has been moved back to 10 o'clock. So we're going to wait a little bit longer, and we'll hear finally what they have to say. I imagine, will have some important updates for us. We're also going to take a quick break right now, and we're going to continue to follow this breaking story again as it develops, as we get more into our newsroom. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
At Fox 40, we care about our neighbors, all 3.7 million of them. That's why we're in your neighborhood, highlighting what's important and positive in your community.
Which is what they need to do, so they get shoppers in there to do what they need to do on that emergency spillway, because we got another atmospheric river, you know, more toward Thursday, Friday, Saturday of this week coming up.
And we're talking, when you're looking at that, I mean, this means you have to make hay while the sun shines. I mean, literally, they know that they have just a few days here of sunshine left before they get hit again. And then we talk about the inflows into the lake. Again, this is a situation that Tony and I were addressing earlier. Many people thought, okay, well, it's sunny, we're good, everything's all right. We're going to be fine. Therein lies the problem. You're caught off guard when you're not paying attention to the fact that we've got major creeks and rivers and streams that all are feeding into this.
It takes days for this moisture that comes down into the hills to get down. I mean, we were talking since Sunday, in a week, okay, there was 15 plus inches of rain on the west slope. I haven't looked at the Feather River Basin and what's come in there, but I almost guarantee you it was at least 15 inches of rain. Well, that's, you know, that's not just 15 inches solid. I mean, you're talking acre feet of rain, just multiple acre feet of rain. Cubic feet per second coming into the back of this thing. The good news is, look how fast it's dropped to, like I said, 35 or 40,000 cubic feet per second coming in, because almost certain on Friday, I think they were into the almost 100,000 plus coming in. So that's good news. But then again, and I'm going to go check here in a second to see what the forecast for that Feather River Basin is as far as the amount of rainfall, because that's going to dictate how much is going to come in this next time, because it's going to be, you know, again, an atmospheric river. Is it cold? Is it not? Those are things to look at, because they've got to drop this thing precipitously so they can get a handle on this, to give them that buffer room to get get the work done in a week or whatever they need to do.
Right. Now, as we mentioned here, Dave, too, you know, as we've been talking about this throughout the afternoon, we know we're throwing a lot of numbers at you. We know that it's 100,000 cubic feet per second, 40,000 coming in. It's a lot. It's a lot to try to wrap your head around as well. But the bottom line here is that out of an abundance of caution, they issued this order to get out and stay out for the areas of several areas in Butte County, including Oroville, Thermalito, you name it, Gridley, Biggs, Yuba City, Loma Rica, everywhere along the Feather River, Yuba County. We're talking about Hallwood, Marysville, Olivehurst, Linda, Plumas Lake, Sutter County, Gridley, Live Oak, Yuba City, Nicholas. And it really, if you live along the Feather River, this is something that you really need to pay attention to. These are live pictures right now from Cal OES, Cal Office of Emergency Services. They will be holding a press conference in about 40 minutes now. Again, they wanted to double check, make sure that they had everything in place before they got on a microphone to tell you what was happening next.
CBS 13's Steve Large is there right now. He joins us on the telephone with the very latest. So they're postponing this, Steve, till at least 10 o'clock, correct?
Well, there is no exact timetable for when they will begin this presser, but I can tell you, standing by here, that as you guys see this picture, I believe, it is quite the impressive site here at the nerve center for the California operations of the crisis mode here that they put into effect back this afternoon. And you're seeing just this room full of giant monitors. And here's where they have all the agencies exchanging information in one location. Not only do they have the federal, the state, and the local agencies that can see each other eye to eye, face to face, and relay this information that quickly, but they're also divided into colors. You're seeing a green group, a red group, a yellow group, and then you've got the National Guard here. I'm also told that PG&E is here and the Red Cross, and they're also, besides working on a response to the immediate dam crisis, you're also talking about where you can prepare for possible outcomes that may come out of this, where to move resources, whether it's CAL FIRE or CHP officers. So, yes, we are waiting for the latest information from a presser that has been postponed. Initially, it was set for 9 o'clock. It has now been indefinitely postponed and standing by. But this is just one part of the response, the massive response in an abundance of caution, as you guys were talking about, how to handle all of this very critical information coming together at once.
Yes, Steve. And my producer reminds me the 10 o'clock set in stone time, if you will, is up with DWR in Oroville. So that's when they're going to be having a news conference. Cal OES will issue some statements as well. That's why we have Steve in place to get the very latest. The nerve center, if you will, because he makes a good point, having to stay 2 steps ahead of this thing, not just what are we doing now, what are we going to be doing if this scenario transpires. And we talked about this as far as timing. The fact that they put this widespread evacuation order out when they did certainly they didn't want to wait till Monday morning as people were out and about doing, getting to work and school. So they were very cognizant of that, Dave, to say, hey, okay, it's 4:30, it's 5 o'clock. Let's tell people right now.
Let's do it on a Sunday. Yeah, do it on a Sunday when people are, when they're right. The roads could be as clear as possible to get this to occur. I was just looking at the potential rainfall into the Feather River there basin, and it looks like maybe 2 to 4 inches. Compare that to what we just had. That's really not a lot compared to what we just had. So that's actually some good news. So them being able to release 100,000 cubic feet per second, bringing in 35 or 40 in the inflow. The inflow is going to go down until we get some rain. They're going to drop this lake level down, and it probably won't go up as rapidly as we just saw because we don't have the amount of rain that we potentially could see coming up here, but we still will. So in many ways, testing the spillway, seeing that it had an issue, and getting it fixed, this could end up being a good thing, because had they let it, wait to where they, couldn't let any, put it this way, the same was coming in as going out, you could have had a real bad situation.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Metro Fire tweeting out that they have staffed and deployed a copter to the Butte County area in support of the Oroville Spillway incident, in addition to California Swiftwater rescue teams, just in case. And I say that along with this statement, they also put out, and other agencies are putting this out as well, our response to the Oroville area is not going to impact patrol services to other communities. So you still have a lot of water moving in other areas as well, sure. And high water situations where people might need to be rescued if they should drive into a flooded out road or something. Emergency crews are saying, hey, look, we're sending a lot of help this way, but we have manpower and people in place to take care of things in your community should they be needed.
And we're not just talking about local resources either. We're talking about, this is statewide right now, Long Beach and Los Angeles also deploying flood rescue teams and mutual aid to attempt to try and take some of the pressure off of the emergency crews that are in this particular vicinity. So they're sending up as many crews as they can in hopes of helping, being of service in some capacity, and making sure that all the other areas are staffed as well.
And just simply to be in place too. I mean,
Absolutely.
It really is. I mean, this is the cognizant thing to do, the smart thing to do, get everyone in place, and if something does go awry, you take care of it. But at this point, I'm just super excited. There's less water coming in than going out, at this point, and they're controlling it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a really good point. And let's talk about this really quick. We know a lot of people are on the roads, and so they're not necessarily hearing what we're talking about here. But if they do need a place to go, the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds are still full right now. However, the Salvation Army is going to provide some food for all the evacuees that are there tomorrow. The shelters that are open right now, the Neighborhood Church of Chico on Notre Dame Boulevard, no animals inside. St. John's Episcopal Church in Chico, small animals are accepted if they're leashed and crated. Again, in Paradise, the Paradise Alliance Church on Clark Road, small animals accepted. RVs are also allowed there. The Elks Lodge in Paradise, no small animals, but RVs are allowed there. The Glenn County Fairgrounds are also open. They are accepting livestock, no small animals. Alternate locations for RVs, Rolling Hills RV Park in Corning. They have some spaces left, and they can take large animals as well. There's a large animal shelter taking place at the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds. And also, we also heard the Nevada County Fairgrounds are also open for an evacuation facility. School information real quick here. Butte College will be closed tomorrow. Also, all the Butte County schools, except for the schools in Chico and Paradise, they will be closed tomorrow. And Colusa Unified also closed tomorrow, along with county offices in Oroville also closed on Monday.
Things filling up fast from the no room at the inn department as you take a look at some evacuation centers. I want to also throw up, our producer reminds me of the hotels in the Chico area that are filled to capacity. So that's one thing to keep in mind as you are in contact with someone on the road, perhaps. There are a number of hotels, and there you see America's Best, Courtyard Marriott, the Haven Inn, Quality Inn, Heritage Inn, Regency Inn, Motel 6, Ramada, Oxford Suites. All of those hotels in Chico are full. So if you're in contact with someone who is headed toward that area, make sure to save them some time and some extra heartache that they know what they're dealing with once they get into the area. But some homes in Chico, some homeowners are opening up their homes to folks doing the great thing here and just kind of reaching out for their fellow brother and sister as they deal with this really unexpected, unprecedented situation. And we say unexpected because, as we talked about, the Sunday, enjoying the day, and then all of a sudden, boom, this happens. And Officials did a darn good job of getting the word out when they did, without pushing the panic button so much where it caused, utter chaos.
And then a little bit more. Now we're starting to see the water levels come down because they increased those flows. So far, the latest update at 9 p.m. had the water levels at about 900. So that would put us below the 901, which is considered full. And right now we are getting reports that no longer is any water spilling over this auxiliary spillway. That would mean no more erosion, no more problems, at least for the moment. So it does seem to mean, or at least it seems to look like, the increased flows has certainly helped the situation. The lake level is now starting to fall within every hour. It gets a little bit lower, and so far we're getting reports that possibly it has stopped spilling over this emergency spillway, which of course was raising all the concerns.
All right, Christina, thank you. I want to send it back out to Sarah, who has been at the California Office of Emergency Services in Sacramento. Sarah, what's the latest from there?
Well, you're right, Joe. We're here at Cal OES and the State Operations Center, still activated, still dozens of people working, local, state, and federal representatives all over here working overtime to figure out just what's going on over there in Butte County. Now, what we know is that they're collecting information right now from local agencies out there in the field, and they're relaying it back here to figure out exactly what kind of aid to send over and exactly what kind of help the areas affected need. When that information funnels into this center, it's really crucial for figuring that out. And once Cal OES has a better idea of exactly what's going on, they'll respond accordingly. Now, we all remember just how bad the flooding in the region was back in January. We're told that was just about half of the staff that you're seeing right now. This is full activation, all hands on deck, multiple different agencies out here right now. And as I mentioned, back in January with the flooding, they were working about 12-hour shifts. This time, 24/7. As long as they're needed, these people will be here in full activation mode. We're still waiting for that press conference to get a little bit more information about exactly what is going on. And until then, we will toss it right back to you, Joe.
All right, Sarah, thank you very much for that update.
All right, we have an update from Mark Dembski, who's in the newsroom with the latest on the traffic situation. Mark.
Yeah, there's information coming to us right from Caltrans, so let's get right to it. We'll put it up on the screen for you. Southbound 149 at Highway 99, southbound 70 at 149, eastbound 162 at 99, and 149 at Openshaw Road. They are all closed at this time. There again is that information again. Southbound 149 at 99, southbound 70 at 149, eastbound 162 at 99, and again 149 at Openshaw Road are all closed. That according to the latest information we have from Caltrans. And as you have mentioned, we've shown you all evening long, a lot of folks trying to get out of town, get out of the area. And we also found out that all hotels and motels in both Grass Valley and Nevada City are reported full at this time. That goes with earlier information. If folks were headed to the Chico area, we listed 9 hotels that were all full at this point. And I know Ben Deasy had been talking about the helicopters dropping the rocks on the spillway. We just got word from Sac Metro Fire tonight that they have deployed their helicopter to assist in that situation. Again, picking up large rocks, boulders, dumping them onto the spillway to help the water flow, help slow down the water flow anyway. That's the latest from the newsroom. Mark Dembski, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you. Just got another update from Marysville Police. Again, we've been monitoring the traffic as evacuees are trying to leave that area. What we're hearing now is that if anyone's unable to leave the area, can't make it out, you can make your way to Habitat for Humanity. It's on 202 D Street. Police are setting up a staging area there. So again, if you can't make it out of the area, Habitat for Humanity at 202 D Street. You can be there. They're going to be providing buses out of the city for a number of people if you can't get out on your own.
And we're really talking about an all-hands-on-deck situation. We just found out that CHP Truckee is en route to assist with evacuations in the Oroville area. So Truckee joining several agencies, not only in Northern California, but around the state. We're seeing Long Beach. We're seeing crews from the LA area that are going to come up here and that are going to help, especially with the evacuations.
Yeah. And we're talking about dozens and dozens from Sac County as well. So a big effort there from everybody. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to continue our coverage on this situation right after.
At Fox 40, we care about our neighbors, all 3.7 million of you. That's why we're in your...
Giving us live images and updates. Elisa joins us now live with what she has. Elisa?
Yeah, there was supposed to be a news conference at 9 o'clock, and as we all set up and were waiting, a spokesperson from, I believe, the Department of Water Resources came in and said, look, we're going to postpone this till about 10 o'clock. There's some new information, and certainly the question being, was there any flooding? Has that happened as of yet? Now that it's dark, hard to see anything. And also where they are with the status of these repairers, how that's working. Is the water still spilling over into the emergency auxiliary spillway? Now, I can tell you from the last time we were live, we went down to an area where they're collecting some of the rock mixture that they're going to be using to fill in the erosion of this spillway. Very, very busy there. Again, when we drove in earlier this afternoon, we were able to go down a road that you could actually see the water coming over the spillway, and it was just amazing. That is completely closed off to us now, as they're telling us it is just too dangerous to get through that area to even get pictures for us. So again, you can see here just a little spray there off the dam there, but it's too dark to see anything else. We can hear overhead those helicopters. We've seen the front end loaders and that sort of thing gathering up what look like giant bags, like you would see when firefighters use those bags to drop water over the fire area. That's what it looks like, except those are full of rocks. So you can imagine these construction helicopters are going to be dropping or placing down these big amounts of boulders. Probably, they looked as big as I am tall and just wide. They're going to be putting in this area. So again, we're waiting for this news conference at 10 o'clock to just see where they are, the status of all of this. We don't know if there's been any flooding as of yet. We don't know if the water's spilling over. And as we talked about earlier, they were trying to let more water down that initial gated spillway to relieve the pressure on that emergency auxiliary spillway, basically cutting off the source so that it would stop that erosion. So we're going to wait and see if that has in fact helped, where they are with all of this. So that's what we're waiting for at 10, and of course we'll bring you that live. Back to you.
All right, Elisa, thanks so much. Appreciate the update. It's a very interesting perspective to see what they're dealing with up there and how they're attempting to sort of shore this situation up. So thank you for that information. More information for you right now from the experts themselves. Shauna Pavey with the Yuba City Office of Emergency Services 2. Shauna, tell us, what are you dealing with up there? And we know there's a lot of people hitting the roads, a lot of people that are very concerned. What can you tell us right now?
Hi. Well, just to clarify, this is the City of Yuba City's Emergency Operations Center, and on behalf of the police department, I really wanted to reach out to your viewers and to you folks to let you know that there is some confusion in terms of evacuation. So as it pertains to the City of Yuba City, we have not ordered a mandatory evacuation. We are strongly recommending it, but it is not mandatory at this time.
Okay, so that is the first we're hearing about that. Evacuation, according to the officials, were Live Oak, Gridley, Nicholas, and included Yuba City, but you're saying that it is voluntary at this time?
City of Yuba City. We are strongly recommending it, but it is not mandatory. We've not received information right now that indicates that our residents are in any imminent danger that would require a mandatory evacuation. So we wanted to reach out and make sure the viewers could get that information as expediently as possible. It's strongly recommended. It is not mandatory for the City of Yuba City. We do have a lot of congestion on our roads, and we really want to encourage folks that have made the decision, or are in the process of making that decision to leave their homes, to understand it's going to be busy out there on the roadways. Please keep your calm and know that every road out here is very, very packed right now.
Yeah, no question. Looking ahead here, Shauna, we're seeing that the situation is slightly less dire up at the dam itself on the auxiliary spillway. Are you giving out any information for your, those that live in Yuba City ahead for tomorrow? Again, the start of the work week. What should they know?
Well, at this point, I would say definitely stay tuned to CBS 13 for updates. We, too, are waiting for some of those updates to come through from Department of Water Resources and Emergency Services. We anticipate getting more information, as do you, closer to the 10 o'clock hour. However, given the massive amount of people that are out on the road right now and are getting misinformation, we really wanted to reach out and make sure that residents of the city of Yuba City know they are recommended but not mandatory at this point.
Okay, good to know. Glad you clarified that, Sean. I appreciate your time, and by all means, give us a call should that situation change. So important to note for the people who live in Yuba City, recommended but not mandatory, according to law enforcement officials. You heard it right here on CBS 13, CW 31, as we continue our coverage here at 9:40. If you're just flipping the channels, but perhaps been watching the Grammy Awards on CBS 13, we are live with you and will be for the foreseeable future as this situation is evolving. The headline is that the water and the erosion seems to have stopped for now on that emergency spillway, which was open for the first time ever yesterday because of the other situation with the spillway itself, that huge gaping hole we've shown you all week long. Started Tuesday, and everyone has been monitoring it. And that's when officials said, okay, well, it's a weekend, but we're still going to be working because we have to monitor this thing. Today, right around 3 o'clock is when they sounded the alarm, when they noticed that there was another hole, some more erosion, and the emergency spillway wasn't acting as it should, and there was a potential for a massive amount of water to be moving into a number of different communities. So right now, there are helicopters in place moving large boulders, if you will, large rocks to shore that up. And Christina, we talked about we don't want to say the worst is over, but that is certainly good news to know that that water and the erosion seemingly has stopped for now.
At this point, as we've been talking for the last couple of hours here, right now what we're seeing is that water has dropped below the auxiliary spillway. Yep. So it's giving them a little bit of cushion room, if you will. And we're hearing from you, Dave, that things have changed on both spillways, both the main spillway that has suffered the damage and the auxiliary spillway that they were concerned about today.
I'm seeing zero outflow out of that Oroville right now and 14,000 cubic feet coming in. So they were putting out 100,000 cubic feet, and an hour or two earlier, you were in the 30,000 cubic feet coming in. You do the math. They were letting more out than what was coming in. So they must have dropped it enough that they're going, okay, let's stop everything and assess what's going on here. I mean, the emergency spillway has never been used, from what I understand, since this thing was built. So they thought, okay, this is just going to do what it's going to do. They let the water go over the top of it, and it eroded more than anticipated. So that developed the situation we're currently in. So that being said, they have, yes, stopped the outflows. So they must be just totally investigating both spillways and seeing what they can do. What's their next move? That's what they got to be thinking of.
And the DWR is confirming what Dave's talking about. The flow of water over the emergency spillway has stopped as of about an hour ago.
So, about 9 o'clock, yeah.
Right around about an hour ago. Just some business things as far as some housekeeping, as far as people go out and about for their daily lives tomorrow. The DMV is saying the Oroville and Yuba City field offices will be closed tomorrow because of the ordered evacuation. Oroville and Yuba City closed. The DMV offices closed as well, along with some other offices, county offices as well.
Right. County offices in Oroville closed tomorrow. Butte County schools closed except for Chico and Paradise. Also, Colusa Unified closed on Monday. So keep that in mind as well as you are planning ahead for your Monday. As you can imagine, there's a lot of people that have heeded these words and moved from that area. It's hard to get to school when you aren't anywhere near where you are. So better to be safe than sorry in all of this. As they've said throughout the day, that it's certainly a heed this warning. Please make this happen. Please leave the area. If you do not need to be there, you need to go as soon as possible.
Or from a cell phone.
California Department of Water Resources also just tweeting out that what we have been reporting, the DWR plans to use
3566. Those are the numbers. You see them right there on your screen that we have for you there. Also, we mentioned earlier that there was at the Habitat for Humanity in Marysville a staging area where you could go if, in fact, you couldn't get out of the city of Marysville. You could go there. We have Eric Rucker, who was in Marysville. He's heading that way now, so whenever he gets there and can provide us with an update, we will take him. But again, if you're not able to get out of Marysville because all of that traffic was very heavy, quite a bit of delays there, you can head to the Habitat for Humanity. It was on D Street in Marysville. They have buses. They're going to start loading up and collectively taking a number of people out of that area.
And of course, the one we have on your screen right now, this is the Glenn County Fairgrounds Evacuation Center. Folks can head to 211 East Yolo Street. That is the information right there. They've been open for about 2 hours now. So an evacuation center there at the Glenn County Fairgrounds.
Trying to handle the information coming together all at once, the federal, state, counties. I'm also told PG&E is here playing a critical role, as you might imagine. There is a power plant at the dam, and also the Red Cross, because all of these people that have left their homes under this evacuation order, we're talking about more than 100,000 people, they have a need of places to go. So you have Red Cross working here to kind of manage that situation. We saw a number of people coming forward with places for livestock or horses to be moved to. So you can just imagine, not only are they dealing with the crisis of this imminent spillway failure, but they also have all of the ripple effects that they're also managing from this one location. And I was telling you guys earlier, it's interesting to see the way they're divvying up the information and getting people to identify each other with yellow and red and green vests. Many of these people never saw each other before, but all coming together for this one night.
Yeah, you make a good point, Steve, as far as issuing an evacuation order for so many people. It's not just done with that. You have to make sure you have the resources in place to help these folks out. The big question is, when people are on the road right now and dealing with maybe perhaps a shortage of gas from some gas stations, that's another issue as well. But once we hear more information from there, we'll check in with you. Steve, thanks so much. We talked about the Nevada County Fairgrounds. I want to give you some numbers there. They just tweeted out they're currently sheltering 143 people. But they say 150 people are waiting for a cot. So there's lots of folks that are in need tonight. A lot of people are waiting to find that spot.
But there's definitely been a change here
for the night.
at the dam.
As soon as any of these evacuation orders are lifted, of course, we will be the first to let you know and clarify things as well.
Massive boulders you see into bags. The plan there being to have as many as 6 helicopters airlift those bags of material into the breach, as it were, to the places where the spillway, the auxiliary or emergency spillway, had begun to lose their structural integrity. That work has definitely slowed down now. There appears to be a briefing. All of those work crews are gathered over by the mobile unit that has served as a headquarters for this activity. Right now, the work is stopped. They have loaded dozens and dozens of those bags and prepared them for that activity should it take place. It hasn't yet, and right now those operations have ceased. I want to show you one other fairly interesting thing as we pan the camera over this way. You can see the lights of the bridge have now come back on. Those lights went out, say an hour or so ago, maybe a little less. It was in darkness for that time period, although there were still cars and emergency trucks crossing the bridge, and we still see that activity now. Those lights now back on. You can get a better idea of the curve of this dam as it holds in Lake Oroville. It is on the far side that the spillway and the emergency spillway are. It is that side where the attention is focused as the structural integrity of those two spillways has begun to give way. Don't know if that is good news or what that signifies, but there definitely have been some changes here in the last couple of minutes.
Okay, Ben, have you still seen some of the helicopters going around?
there is still a spotter plane way up high overhead. And I know, Joe, you are familiar with emergency activities, wildfires and such here in the state of California. We've covered them a number of times. In almost every circumstance, when they employ helicopters to do heavy lifting, whether it be water or whether in this case it be stone, there's almost always a spotter plane overhead watching for other air traffic, watching for other dangers, and just keeping an eye on those operations. That spotter plane still circling. I see it up in the air. I have not seen, however, any of the helicopters that we saw earlier inspecting the area, the problem area, with some pretty heavy-duty spotlights, searchlights, looking at the structural damage. Those helicopters haven't been in the area for a number of minutes now.
Ben, thank you very much. Again, we're still getting some news into our newsroom right now about things that are going to be closed as a result of what's happening. Just found out that the Oroville and the Yuba City field offices for the DMV, they are going to close because of these evacuations.
All right, we have Christina Warner standing by in the Weather Center. Christina, I know you and Dennis both have been keeping an eye on those water levels at the dam.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And those water levels, good news, the increased outflows that they have down the damaged spillway, it seems to be working. Right now, we're seeing water levels at the dam lower at about 4 inches an hour. So the damaged spillway was in use earlier today. That was obviously what we needed to have happen. It's the auxiliary spillway that, of course, we were concerned about. That's where they were seeing the erosion. That's where they were concerned. So in order to get that lake level down so that that auxiliary spillway would no longer be needed, they needed to get that lake level below 901. That has happened as of 9 o'clock. So right now we're seeing it drop again at about 4 inches an hour. We're at about 900 feet right now, and it just continues to drop. So those outflows right now on the damaged spillway seem to be working, but it is going to be another week where we're really going to have to watch the weather. So those outflows are likely going to have to stay high really for quite some time, because taking a look at Futurecast here, the next couple of days, guys, it's not going to be an issue. We're going to have cloud cover. We're not going to have any rain. But here we go. By Wednesday into Thursday, another round of very wet weather is headed our way. And it looks like we could see a decent amount of rain. I've actually pulled up the amount of rain for in and around Lake Oroville, also in just above Lake Oroville. It looks like as we head into the end of your weekend, they could get another 2 inches of rain. And then as you continue up into the higher elevations, which this water would eventually drain down into the lake, we could see as much as 2 to 3 inches. The good news about the storms coming this week, they will be a little bit colder. So we will see snow at the higher elevations. But again, we could see a decent amount of rain once again spill right into Lake Oroville. So I think really, if we get past tonight, we're still going to have some concerns heading into the end of next week, because of course that's not going to magically fix itself as far as the spillway is concerned. So right now, I think the key is really going to be water management. They're going to have to get out as much as they possibly can in preparation for what could be another round of wet weather that could obviously raise those lake levels to the areas we don't necessarily want to see. So again, guys, this is just going to continue, I think, to be an issue, especially touch and go, maybe by next weekend.
All right, Christina, thanks so much. We have an update now for you. This is from Yuba City. This is from the city's Facebook page, saying the city strongly recommends an evacuation of all residents immediately. Travel options are as follows: south on Highway 99, west on Highway 20, Highway 99 south to Highway 113, or south on George Washington to Highway 113. The city is saying do not travel eastbound on Highway 20 or Bridge Street. Those bridges are closed, and they're also saying not to travel north. So once again, Yuba City strongly recommending an evacuation of all people living there, all residents, immediately.
And Sutter High School, just got this into our newsroom as well, is now being converted into an evacuation shelter. So if you're in that area and you still need a place to go, Sutter High School just opened around 9:35, just within the last 10 or 15 minutes, as an emergency shelter. We're going to take a quick break, but we're going to continue our coverage of this breaking situation at the Oroville Dam when we return.
At Fox 40, we care
now, when this
about
thing first started, what were people saying on social media? Let's go to
That's why
CBS
we're in
13's
your
Drew Balea,
neighborhood,
who is in our newsroom with that part of the story. Drew?
Actually, as you were just mentioning about James Taylor, one of our photographers who's out there, being our ears and eyes, had this tweet. As you just mentioned, 150 plus patients are inside the Ride Out Hospital in Marysville. extra staff is on hand just in case they need to move those people and get them out if an evacuation order comes by. We also have a picture, if we're able to take that. We can show you where James is. He's right outside the regional medical center there, and so he is monitoring that situation. And you've got to think about all these different groups of people that are impacted by this order to get out of their towns. You have folks who might be elderly and unable to move. You have disabled individuals, and then folks who are in hospitals. And let's not forget about animals as well. There's livestock as well as family pets. So you need to keep that in mind if you have to get out of your home and head to higher ground. Hopefully you've already done so if this isn't the first time you're getting this message. Also want to let people know, this is a tweet from Sac International Airport. No impacts on the airport or flights because of the Oroville situation. Pass it on. They're letting people know, just in case you have an overnight flight tonight or maybe tomorrow, an early morning flight, you can go to bed and rest assured that your flight will not be impacted as of right now. And then also, we've been talking about the gas situation and the long lines at gas stations and just to get out of the area. This tweet coming from Sup, I'm Frank. He says, my family just got about 12 cents worth of gas. Now they're stuck in traffic again. So people are trying to top off those gas tanks, and unfortunately, they're only coming up with a few cents, maybe a few dollars worth of gas. It might not be a bad thing because you need to ration a little bit. That way, many people can get some gas. That way they aren't stranded on the sides of the road when they're trying to get out of Dodge. We're going to keep updating you on the situation on social media. People keep tweeting us, Facebooking us. Of course, we are live streaming this on Facebook, so you can go and watch that. If you do have to head out, you can have somebody in the passenger seat pull this up on Facebook Live, and you can stay informed as you're driving down the road. Guys.
Yeah, good point. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a frustrating night for a lot of people, but work continues right now. We're going to get a good expert opinion on what they're doing, Christina. We talked about the helicopters dropping the huge boulders and the rocks to try and plug up the holes in the emergency spillway and the spillway itself.
A big process ahead for many. Let's get to Scott Miller. I believe we have you on the phone, an aviation expert. Tell us what the process is like here. This is under the cover of darkness. It's 9:54 at night, and they're out there with these huge bags of rocks. What is this kind of job like?
Well, good evening. What's actually happening here, I'm guessing, is that first off, although it is the middle of the night, a lot of civilian operators have access to and use the night vision goggle technology just like the military does. So all of the advantages the military has with that, civilian operators are able to use as well. And I would most certainly think that tonight especially would be an excellent time to be able to use that technology. And as far as the patches go, what I believe is happening is they're getting what we call a long line transfer, which is the ability to take pretty heavy loads, suspend them from a helicopter, and transport them and put them down quite precisely where you need them. Now, I'm guessing that the rocks that they're using are probably just, the typical riprap rock. If you're familiar with the levees in part of Sacramento around the brickyards, around Pocket, that sort of thing, those boulders that are the size of soccer balls, the size of football.
Will be closed tomorrow as well due to the ordered evacuation. So again, a lot of closures, a lot of schools, a lot of city offices. But right now, the latest we have, the Department of Motor Vehicles, the DMV in Oroville and Yuba City will be closed as well. Joe, Nikki, we'll send it back to you.
All right. Yeah, Mark, thank you. I know it's certainly, we're hearing that from a number of different places. A lot of impact here in a number of different counties, starting with Oroville and then going into Butte and the areas around there. We're hearing about school closures. Mark just mentioned the DMV, so a lot of things that we're going to have to keep our eye on. We're going to send it over to Sarah, who's at the California Emergency Office of Emergency Services, here in Sacramento. Sarah, what's the latest on what you're hearing from there?
Well, Joe, here at Cal OES, the State Operations Center, multiple different agencies are working to get information from out in the field in the affected areas back here so they can figure out what kind of aid to send over. Now, this center is kind of the nerve center, the hub of communication is what it's called. Each person here, each agency represented has kind of a specialty, an area of responsibility, and they coordinate with their agencies out in the field. Now, this center takes care of all emergencies, including earthquakes, droughts, and wildfires. And now this situation we're dealing with the Oroville Dam. Now, I want to go through the kind of levels of response they have here when they activate the center. Level 1, it's just a couple of people here just monitoring low-risk situations. And then there's level 2, which is more of a skeleton crew, a couple more people here. Right now, we're at level 3, the highest level. That means everyone is brought in. That means full activation. That means all hands on deck. Now, the people that you're looking at right here are mostly state agencies. There are some local and federal, and also some non-governmental agencies as well, like Red Cross. Anything you can really think of that has to do with an emergency, there's a representative for that here. And they say that this is kind of the best way to do it because everybody is here. They're having face-to-face communication, and all the different agencies actually input the information they're getting from out in the field into one common computer program. So everyone has consistent information. Everybody really is on the same page here. Now, as we talked about a little bit earlier, we were waiting for a press conference that was supposed to happen at 9 o'clock. But obviously with this developing situation, as more information comes in, that means more briefings need to happen. That means more agencies need to get that information until they can share it with us. And until then, we're just standing by for that information. So stick with us.
Sarah, thank you for that. Still haven't heard anything yet from the governor, but seeing a lot of information come in, a lot of people's concerns,
Right.
public officials.
Yeah, we've been following Congressman John Garamendi on Twitter, who's posting updates as well as evacuations, changes to things like that. We just got a statement from Congresswoman Doris Matsui. She says, quote, "I'm in contact with the state and local authorities regarding the developing situation at Oroville and have been assured that Sacramento and West Sacramento are not in danger. I will continue to monitor developments closely. I urge all residents to do the same and familiarize themselves with local emergency information and resources." That statement coming from Congresswoman Doris Matsui.
Yeah, and as all of this comes in, we're still monitoring the evacuation areas, still monitoring roadways. We're going to send it out right now to Doug Johnson, who's in Yuba City. Doug, what's it looking like right now as people still continue to be, try to move out?
Joe, we're here on Highway 99, and you can see southbound is moving a little bit quicker than 20 west. Every now and then the light will go green, and you get as many cars as possible. CHP is letting out. But you can see the northbound lanes here on 99 here at Highway 20 in Yuba City still closed. We're paying attention to exactly who's going around this police roadblock. Of course, a lot of police officers, a lot of ambulances we've seen go by through here. And just recently, we saw a Swiftwater rescue team go by carrying about 5 or 6 Zodiac rafts heading up towards this area. So again, they're getting these assets in place just in case they need to use them, in case they need to get anybody out of the river. But a lot of people here coming down from Live Oak, coming down from Gridley, coming down from Oroville here on Highway 99, had a long trip here. And of course, as soon as they get to Yuba City, there are nothing but traffic lights going southbound here, which on a normal day wouldn't be a problem. But of course, with this many people trying to leave all at once, you have issues with the traffic lights. And again, the police doing what they can to guide traffic through. But again, that's the very latest that we got out here right now. And some people telling us on Highway 20, it took them up to 3 hours to go less than a mile. Joe, Nikki?
All right. Thanks so much, Doug.
Fox 40 News at 10 starts now.
All right, so we're continuing to follow breaking news right now out of Oroville, the dam emergency spillway, causing a situation now where we have a number of evacuations in place right now.
130,000 people was the last number that we got. We want to go to Ben Deasy right now, who is live at the dam for us. Ben, what's the latest from there?
Well, this is a staging area for a pretty bold plan that the Department of Water Resources had in place. That plan to attach bags filled with boulders to the bottom of helicopters, have as many as 6 helicopters ferry that material over to breaches in the spillway and the emergency spillway, and therefore shore up those structures as they were crumbling under the weight, under the pressure of all of that water, tens of thousands of cubic feet per second that have been rushing over it since the rain events we had of the past week. This is the staging area for that, and you can see those boulders remain piled up right now. We have watched them fill bag after bag after bag, dozens of them, but right now activity has slowed down, even ceased. They're no longer filling those bags, and people, workers and supervisors no longer scrambling to get that work done. They appear to be in a briefing right now, but the work here to fill those bags, to stage that for the helicopters, has stopped, at least for the time being. With any luck, that's good news and bodes well for the situation out here. I want to show you another piece of interesting information that you can tell visually. We're going to pan over and show you the Oroville Dam itself. Of course, that has always been the main concern, and that is why the spillways have been put into use, to make sure that no water overtops the dam. That would be a very serious situation and could cause the dam itself to fail. No water has. The spillways have been utilized to prevent that from happening. First, the spillway that had the structural damage, and then the auxiliary spillway or the emergency spillway, both being used to keep the lake levels down, and that's worked. We've seen the lake levels go down over the week and even over the past couple of hours that we've been here. Lights on the dam at one point were turned off. Those are back on, and you can see, in fact, there is traffic moving across the dam as we speak. Again, we don't know what the situation is with that erosion that caused them to put this evacuation, widespread evacuation order in place. But we do know that work here has slowed down, and there are some signs of normalcy returning. Again, we're waiting for a press conference from the Department of Water Resources to get some specifics about what's happening. But what we see right now looks good compared to what we've been seeing over the past couple of hours.
All right, Ben, thank you. Right now, as Ben just mentioned, that press conference going on. As soon as we can get some information from there, we're going to get it. At this point, we're going to send it back out to Yuba City, where Fox 40's Eric Rucker is live. He's been monitoring the effort for evacuations. Eric, what are you seeing right now?
So we are in Yuba City because, like everybody else at the moment, we're not allowed back into Marysville. About 45 minutes ago, the town of Marysville literally shut down. For anybody who lives in this area, you'll know that there are 2 ways to get from Yuba City to Marysville or vice versa. One is to take Highway 20. Shut down, not going to happen. And what you're looking at right here from 2nd Street is the 5th Street Bridge that also goes into Marysville. And if you can see off in the distance as our cameraman Mason pans up, you can see some flashing lights. That's a law enforcement officer with the city of Yuba, with Yuba City. There is a SWAT tank sitting at the entrance. Nobody allowed to go in there. In fact, check this out. I talked to a Yuba City police officer just a couple minutes ago. I asked if maybe they can escort us in. They said even they are not allowed in. Marysville on lockdown. That's a huge issue with people trying to get back and forth today. So right now, where we're looking at in the Yuba City and Marysville, basically a ghost town. A lot of places are shut down, obviously, gas stations, any place else anybody would need to pick something up. That was not the case a little bit earlier on. Let's go ahead and show you this video. This is in the Olivehurst Linda area. It's a Shell gas station just off of Highway 70, and it was absolutely packed. Cars were coming in off of 70 and lining up probably about 20 to 25 deep in the biggest rush periods of time. Everybody trying to get out, just like everybody else is. They're either going south or going west or they're going east. And this one, the people were going south. The big issue here was, would there be the gas that would stick around? We don't know. One lady said it was out. Other people said, no, there was still some there. The gas station itself closed down. But for one lady we talked to, just like many others, obviously very scared about the situation.
Everyone's panicking. Everybody just got to remember that we're okay at the moment. Try to keep calm.
So this is a lady who has a couple of kids with her. They didn't seem fazed by this, but she says back in 1997, when this area had obviously some major issues, that she was only 6 years old, and she kept reminding her kids about what happened then and said that we'll be able to get through this. So one more time, as I let you go for at least the moment, Yuba City trying to get into Marysville is impossible. 20 is shut down. The 5th Street Bridge also shut down, and you're going to see roadblocks everywhere. And anywhere there's non-emergency vehicles, it's more or less a ghost town out here. We'll check back in just a little bit. In the meantime, we're live in Yuba City. I'm Eric Rucker, Fox 40 News.
All right, Eric, I know you've been out there basically, throughout this process. Wondering, have you been talking to people throughout the day? Has their demeanor sort of changed? I know that woman that we just heard the soundbite from, a little bit concerned, but has that changed at all over time as people are starting to get used to the situation?
Well, it's funny. Everybody else doing the same thing that we're doing, following the information coming out of the DWR and everything that's happening in Oroville. And I think as it tends to get a little bit later in the evening, there are many people who said, nothing's really happened yet. I know the evacuations are underway. And for those people, like the woman that you heard a little bit earlier, she has her 2 kids. She's in her car. She's trying to get gas so she can get someplace. Otherwise, she's stranded. Those people are obviously very stressed out. And there are many of them, over 100,000, as you've been saying. But the other people, especially those who were here 20 years ago, who said they have gone through this, they will believe, they said, as soon as they hear word that there is a major failure at the Oroville Dam. In the meantime, they said they're just going to hang out here. We have a couple people who have been taking pictures of the Feather River just off to the left of us right now. So it depends on who you ask, but I think everybody extremely frustrated. The hardest part about all this was waiting in traffic. We were in downtown Marysville for a good 45 minutes, probably moved about 30 feet or so. Then they shut down Marysville, and obviously it's wide open right now. You're just not allowed to go there, guys.
All right. Wow, Eric, thank you so much. Long night, long evening for those folks. I can only imagine the frustration there.
And an update right now from Butte County. This is from Butte County's Twitter page. We're finding out that shelters in Paradise, they're consolidated. Elks Lodge and Veterans Memorial Hall are now closed. We know Paradise Alliance Church, that's located at 6491 Clark Road. That is open. So once again, the shelters there, they're being consolidated. We know Elks Lodge, Veterans Memorial Hall now closed. Paradise Alliance Church now open. And this is something that this area, we've been following this for almost a week now, Dennis. And I mean, we started with the break that was in the original spillway. So kind of take us through how we got to this point that we're at right now.
Yeah, we were live at the dam on Tuesday where they did have a serious situation developing on the spillway that is designed to carry water safely down a concrete spillway, and that started to erode. So I want to take you to this map that illustrates this whole area that we're talking about, courtesy of Google Maps. So to make room for mountain runoff into Lake Oroville, that spillway you see in the center of your screen, the Department of Water Resources increased flows down this concrete spillway to about 60,000 cubic feet per second. That is what caused erosion to the 48-year-old concrete spillway that has been used many times. That is not unusual. Now, engineers then had to back the flow of water. They had to cut back the flow of water down that spillway to assess the damage and to limit further erosion. And they knew that would lead to water spilling over the auxiliary spillway or the emergency spillway, which is what you see to the left of the concrete spillway, which is controllable. The emergency spillway is not necessarily controllable. It's just this concrete structure that is designed to allow the water to flow over and down into this wildland, into the Feather River, and that has been happening, and that has caused a lot of erosion. So tonight we did get the word that the operation of this emergency spillway has led to severe erosion that could lead to a failure of this structure at the top of your screen. The concern being that the erosion at the head of the auxiliary spillway could threaten and undermine this whole concrete weir and allow an uncontrolled amount of water into the Feather River, which would be more than what the Feather River could handle, and that's why the flood concerns. Now, they are still using this concrete spillway, even though a lot of the concrete is missing, but they have to. They increased the flows to 100,000 cubic feet per second, which the Feather River can handle, but still that wasn't enough today, and the water was flowing over that spillway, but we understand it has now dropped below the natural rim of this emergency spillway, and that is definitely good news, but still a lot of water pressing up against the structure itself, and that is what they're trying to shore up and secure. We'll have a lot more on this. Christina will have an update on the weather situation that is coming. Of course, we would need an extended dry period to be out of the woods yet, and we're not going to get that, guys.
All right, Dennis, thank you. Another update for you right now. Earlier tonight, we reported that the evacuation center at Silver Dollar Fairgrounds in Chico was full. We were just told, actually, the Red Cross tweeted out that their shelter there as of 10 o'clock is not full. They're expanding to a new facility on that site, and they're going to be adding more cots, more spaces. So just an update there from one of the shelters in Chico.
And one of the updates that we had not too long ago was Yuba City posting on their Facebook page that they were recommending the evacuation of all people living there. Our own Doug Johnson is live there right now. And Doug, the last time we talked to you, we were just seeing the steady stream of cars with people just trying to get out of that area.
Yeah, certainly a lot of people trying to get out, and you just saw ambulances here trying to get into the area. To give you an idea where I am, we're on Highway 99, right by the Yuba Sutter Mall. That's where we're standing. This is where 99 is shut down going northbound, but again, a lot of ambulances coming through. Take a look at some of the video we shot earlier. Gas lines here in Yuba City were as long as 7 cars. The employee here told us that while he's closing the store soon to take care of his own family, the pumps will remain on all night. Meanwhile, Highway 20 West is moving at a crawl. Some people telling us they moved less than a mile in 3 hours. Drivers tell us they're remaining patient.
I think we have to prepare and be ready for whatever happens, but I do feel some peace about it. I think we're going to be fine.
How frustrating is the traffic right now?
It's not that bad. I mean, it's a little frustrating, but as long as people don't panic, I don't see too much people panicking. You got to feel knuckleheads every now and then.
And we also saw a lot of police officers coming up Highway 99, going towards Live Oak, going towards Greeley and to Oroville. And we also saw a swiftwater rescue team that had about 5 or 6 Zodiac rafts all getting in place just in case this thing gets any worse. Reporting live in Yuba City tonight, Doug Johnson, Fox 40 News.
All right, Doug, thank you. Yeah, certainly a situation there. Still a lot of cars, a lot of hectic things there. We're going to send it over to Mark Dembski now. Mark, I imagine you're getting some information from some of our public officials.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I do want to let folks know that we have been trying to reach out to the governor's office all evening long. We have yet to get a statement at this point, but Congresswoman Doris Matsui did issue this statement, so we'll put it up on the TV screen for you right now. I am in contact with state and local authorities regarding the developing situation in Oroville and have been assured that Sacramento and West Sacramento are not in danger. I will continue to monitor developments closely. I urge all residents to do the same and familiarize themselves with local emergency information and resources. I believe we're going to go to the press conference momentarily. Joe and Nikki?
That is correct. We are going to listen in now on the news conference with the Department of Water Resources, updating us on the situation.
He assures me that there is no rioting or looting or anything of that nature going on in Chico. He has plenty of law enforcement officers in the city of Chico to ensure that peace is being kept. I think that anytime you take on a situation like this where you seek to evacuate thousands of people on very short notice, it can be a chaotic situation, and we understand that. But based on the reports that I've been receiving to this point, things have been going fairly well, taking into account how chaotic and difficult this situation is to begin with. I think I'll take an opportunity to invite Chief Ryan up to tell you about what's going on in Chico in terms of the evacuation centers. We have a number of them open. But at this point, our evacuations are continuing, and we're moving into a situation where we have law enforcement resources patrolling the various areas that have been evacuated to ensure that the community is safe and that those places are secure. Chief?
Thank you, Sheriff. As was mentioned, my name is Michael Bryan. I'm the Chief of Police in the City of Chico, and I do want to provide an update on the shelter situation, not only in Chico, but elsewhere in Butte County. So right now we have shelters open in the following locations: at Camelot in Paradise, 1985 Clark Road. The Silver Dollar Fairgrounds in Chico is at capacity, so we're not taking any more evacuees there. The CMA Paradise Alliance Church is open, and that's on Clark Road, 6491 Clark Road in Paradise. The Elks Lodge in Paradise is also open. That's 1100 Elk Lane. That's off of Clark Road. The Neighborhood Church in Chico, 2801 Notre Dame Boulevard. is also open for evacuees. The Glenn County Fairgrounds in Glenn County is also open. The St. John's Church in Chico, 2341 Floral Avenue, also open, as well as the VFW in Paradise, open for evacuees as well. This is a fluid situation, obviously, and if we need to open up additional shelters, that will occur. That's being evaluated, and I will provide that, or we will provide that information as it becomes available or necessary. Most of the hotels in Chico are full, not all. So if there's anyone that wants to try to get into a hotel, I would suggest making a phone call, but most of the major hotels right now in Chico are full.
Thank you, Chief. We're also aware of the fact that anytime you try to evacuate a large number of people in a short period of time, that can cause problems with the roadways, traffic issues. So I have Lieutenant Mark Stokes, commander of the Oroville area office of the CHP, to come up and give us some information about that.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Mark Stokes with the California Highway Patrol. I'm the commander of the Oroville CHP area. And to give you a quick report on the conditions as far as the roadways and the closures that we currently have, as we have a number of them. I'll just start at the top. We have a closure at State Route 99 at 149, preventing traffic from coming south. We have a closure at SR 70 at 191. We have a closure on the 70 at 149. We also have a closure on 99 in Marysville area, in Sutter area, on 99 at 20th. And again, on the south end, we also have another closure at the 70 and 18th Street, and another one on 70 in Woodruff, on traffic from coming in from the east and then continuing north. As far as our exit routes, we're still encouraging traffic and people that are leaving the area to continue up either north on 99 or on the 70 to escape the area.
Thank you. So, some developments have occurred since we last talked, 9 o'clock. You may have gotten this information, but, and I think this was covered by Chief Lawson, but one of the significant things that has happened, and I'm thankful for, is that the efforts by DWR to lower the lake level by utilizing the spillway to reduce the water has been effective. In now there's no more water going over the emergency spillway. That is a very positive thing at this point. But as you also heard, although it brings some stability to the situation, there are still a lot of unknowns. We need to continue to lower the lake level, and we need to give the Department of Water Resources time to thoroughly evaluate the situation so that we can make some decisions as to whether or not it is safe to repopulate areas. I can tell you that we have staff looking at the various areas that evacuations have been ordered in and making a determination based on better analysis as to what areas are be less vulnerable. But that analysis still needs to be done. And so we're going to continue in our current status until we have some better information about whether or not it is safe to bring people back in. For that, I'd like to invite Director Bill Crow up from the Department of Water Resources to give us he's a subject matter expert in this, and I think he can give us a better idea of what the current status is with regard to the MD spill.
Thank you, Sheriff. Again, my name is Bill Croyle, Acting Director of the California Department of Water Resources. So tonight, to confirm the adjustments to the flood control structure, increasing the flow from 55,000 acre-feet per second up to 100,000 acre-feet allowed the department to withdraw more water faster so we could take the head off the top of the emergency spillway. The idea behind that strategy was to reduce the erosion and stop the erosion, and then now the site is starting to de-water and drain out. With the resources of Butte County Sheriff, we've been able to go out, put our geotechs and engineers in the air, and visually inspect that area. So we have some things we want to make sure that we get back in the morning and address those more, specifically on the ground, again, with our resources. We have developed our contingency plans, and we'll refine those as soon as we get out with first light and look at our strategies. So resources are being brought into the area to address this concern. With the, one of the things that we're really sensitive to is the condition of the existing but damaged flood control structure that we've been all working on this week in our unified command structure with a number of agencies and experts that have been brought in, the assessment, monitoring, and evaluation of our current conditions, and allowing us to address some of the things that are coming up. One of the key things for us is we need to, evacuate some of the water that's behind that reservoir so we can get ready for the incoming storms. Right now, the inflow into the reservoir is 40,000 CFS. We're discharging 100,000 CFS. So again, we're making additional flood control storage. We need to do that for a length of time so we can make room for the anticipated storm here later this week. If we can keep this discharge rate up and not compromise the flood control structure, then we're going to do it. If we can do that for a day, we can move out about 1.2 million acre-feet of water. So we need to get down, as indicated earlier, almost 50 feet to get operate this river.
All right, looks like we lost our connection there to the news conference happening, updating us on the situation at Oroville Dam. They talked about a lot of issues in terms of closures and where they're at right now, working with multiple agencies, and also what they need to do over the next 24 hours to keep this situation under control. We have Christina Warner standing by, who's going to give us an update from her.
Yeah, I'm just going to put everything into perspective right now. So what we're getting is they have increased flows tonight. So far, it's working. The key was to try to get water levels below 901 feet. That would allow them to stop using the damaged spillway, the spillway that was of concern. So let's go ahead and continue talking about this. So what we've got right now is a quick look. I want to show you the actual spillway, and you'll see it's this area that we were most concerned with. They've been increasing flows out of this spillway. This is what we were talking about earlier in the week, as early as Tuesday, when we were seeing the damage and the increased outflow. We'll continue to see that. Again, they doubled the outflow today. What that has allowed is the water that was creeping over this auxiliary spillway. It has finally come to an end. Just now, as of 10 p.m., we got an update that the water level now is at about 900 feet, 900.34 feet. So that is below the crucial level of 901, which will allow them to stop using the auxiliary spillway. That was the spillway they were certainly worried about. That was the spillway where they were seeing the erosion, and if it gives, then the concern is obviously we would have an uncontrolled amount of water. Because they increased levels, so far we're seeing the lake drop at about 4 inches per hour. You probably also noticed that they mentioned they need to make room, they need to be prepared, because later in this week we do have a change in your weather forecast. Here's a look at Futurecast. I'm going to advance this, and you'll see that we have a good amount of showers headed our way starting about Wednesday night and then off and on continuing into the weekend. So we could see several inches of rain once again moving into the state. Here's a look
Real quick, I wanted to show you just right now what they're anticipating in and around the Lake Oroville area, and of course just to the north and then also to the east above Lake Oroville. It could be anywhere from 2 to 3 inches. Some models calling for even higher in this area. Again, this would be from late Wednesday continuing into next week. So it's good news tonight that once again we do have the lake level below 901 feet, but they need to continue dropping the rate of this lake. They need to keep it down because we're likely going to need additional storage as we make our way into the end of the week and into early next week. And guys, how this year has panned out so far, we may need some room in that lake for quite some time. But again, this is going to be touch and go, I think, all week long. They're going to have to keep this lake level low as much as they possibly can. So that means the damaged spillway that we know is working, they're going to continue to likely keep those flows up. So far, the Feather River is looking okay. It can handle it. So we'll just keep a close eye on all of this. But the good news is tonight that level has come down.
All right, Christina, thanks. I want to take you now to some new video that we just got into our newsroom. This is from the CHP, and it's some aerial shots of the dam and the spillway and the erosion, just to give you another perspective of what we're talking about. And then we're going to kind of break down what officials just updated us on. You know, they talked about evacuations when you're trying to get 130,000 people out of a certain area in a specific amount of time. It can be chaotic, but they said in terms of what they're dealing with, they said it's going well so far. Law enforcement from all across Northern California, even agencies coming up from Southern California to help with the evacuations. Yeah. And they also updated on evacuation centers too, because some of those were filling up. That's right. And we heard that law enforcement in Chico, they were trying to keep order as much as possible at some of those evacuation centers. Now, there were some rumors going around. They addressed this at the press conference that there was possible looting at some of these evacuation centers, but the Butte County Sheriff said that was in fact not the case. It was one isolated incident, but there is not any sort of widespread looting that has to do with evacuees coming to these centers in Chico. We also heard from the Department of Water Resources. They were talking about the things that they're going to have to do. Christina touched on this a little bit, mentioning that they have increased their drainage rate, their discharge rate rather, of that water, and you're getting a good look at it again from this CHP video that they said if they can keep the rate that they're discharging that water at right now for an entire day, then they said that they will be in much better shape for tomorrow. They would be able to essentially hold back 1.2 million acres feet of water. So that is a goal that the department has right now. They just mentioned that. We're going to send it over live to Sarah Zenenum. She's live for us at the California Office of Emergency Services right now in Sacramento. Again, we just heard the press conference from Department of Water Resources. Sarah, what are they saying where you are?
Well, Joe, first I really want to put this in perspective for you. This is the first time since the devastating 2014 earthquake in Napa that the California Office of Emergency Services has fully activated the State Operations Center here. You can take a look right behind me at the center that we're talking about. Now, this center is really the hub of communication. It's filled with multiple different agencies ranging from local, state, and federal, and even some non-governmental agencies as well, like Red Cross. All the people you see here have an area